The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of July 30th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
I'm here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated July 30th, 2024. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I will be late attending the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance scheduled for Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. I will be in attendance later in the morning, and I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I have a next one.
You have another one?
Yeah.
You may proceed.
Letter dated July 30th, 2024. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I apologize for not being able to attend the committee hearings scheduled for the week of July 29 through August 1st, 2024. I will be attending the CSG East Pathways to a Sustainable Future Forum in Baltimore, Maryland. This annual forum offers unique and important opportunities to convene and discuss emerging policy issues. These policies are wide-ranging and focus on individuals and jurisdictions throughout the eastern region of the United States. This conference will examine policies issues in all CSG East policies areas, including agriculture, rural development, education, workforce development, energy, the Council of Committees of Color, Fiscal, Health, Housing, Territorial Relations, and Transportation. As such, kindly mark my absence as excused. Cordially, Ray Fonseca, Member, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. This concludes today's reading of all the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting notice and agenda. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Tuesday, July 30th, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, via Office of Management and Budget, invited testifier, Ms. Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget. Block 2, VI Public Employees Relations Board and VI Labor Management Committee. Invited testifiers, Ms. Perina Jacobs-Fieldman, Chairperson, VI Public Employees Relations Board. Ms. Yara Tutine, Executive Director, VI. Ms. Yara Tutine, Executive Director, VI Labor Management Committee. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, good morning to my colleagues, good morning to the listen and viewing audience, and good morning to the Office of Management and Budget family. Today we will hear from the Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget and the Virgin Islands Employees Public Relations Board, and the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. All of those agencies will provide testimony in support of their 2025 budget recommendation that was submitted as part of the Chief Executive Budget to the legislature for fiscal year 2025. I'm going to ask the testifiers that are here with us from the Office of Management and Budget to please place their names and titles on the record. And we're going to start with the acting director, Ms. Kamika Woods, and then we'll go to my right, your left, put your names and titles on the record, and then we'll go to the other side, and I see that you have team members on St. Croix, so we will also ask your team members on St. Croix to put their names and titles on the record. So, Ms. Woods, you may proceed.
Good morning. Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Carolyn Stokes-Smith, Associate Director of Administration, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Sharon Amy, Compliance Auditor, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Samir Weber, Federal Grants Manager.
St. Croix? Let's start
Good morning, Jamie Gasson, Grants Administrator.
Good morning, Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst.
Good morning, Shanisa Emmanuel, Strategic Financial Officer.
Good morning, Abel Bakar, Compliance Analyst.
All right, good morning. That's it for you? Do you have anyone on Teams?
That's it.
All right. All right, so I see that you have compliance analyst, strategic financial officer, senior performance analyst. Okay, we know what a grants manager is. So these employees, I suspect that they fall within different divisions. So can you share with us, where does the senior performance analyst fall?
Senior Performance Analyst falls under the Performance Management Unit.
Say that again.
Performance Management Unit.
Unit. And that unit deals with specifically?
The KPIs regarding the outcome-based budget.
So it's tied to the outcome-based budgeting. Okay,
Correct.
good. I think it's important so my colleagues could, have an understanding as to who's here with us today, particularly for OMB. And then you have the strategic financial officer.
That unit, that individual falls under the Office of the Director.
You have to speak a little louder, speak into the mic.
That individual falls under the Office of the Director.
And what's their role?
Her role, she serves as a liaison between the director and the other units in implementing OMB's strategic plan.
So OMB has a strategic plan?
Where, yes, we do
Okay,
have
so
a
we're going to hear
strategic-
about that today. And then the compliance analyst?
Compliance analyst is part of the compliance unit.
And what is that
There,
unit?
they have merged with the SCM unit, the former SCM unit, the
What is SEM?
specialized compliance. Specialized contained management unit. That is the unit that works alongside the third party.
Okay.
So their roles have since merged, and they are providing.
They've merged with?
They have merged with compliance has merged with the former SCM unit, and they are providing compliance throughout all departments and agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands
Okay. Compliance of?
of the financials. They're doing that level of auditing.
So when you have your single audits,
They are assisting within the single audits.
how does that look? What type of assistance are they providing?
I can have Miss Amy provide a little more insight.
No, we ain't going to do that right
Okay.
now. We'll get back to it. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on the various positions. So now that you've placed your, because I think those were the ones that were not so clear. Grant admin, understood, strategic, those three. Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do now is, are you ready to provide your testimony?
I am.
You may proceed.
Good day, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the 35th Legislature, other senators in attendance, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Kimika Woods, Acting Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Today, I am accompanied by OMB's Senior Management Team, Carolyn Stokes-Smith, Associate Director, Administration, Somer Weber, Grants Manager, Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst, Jamie Gaston, Grants Administrator, and Shanisa Emmanuel, Strategic Financial Officer. We are here today to provide comprehensive support and justification for our request of $9,932,712 for fiscal year 2025, aimed at sustaining the vital operations of OMB. This funding allocation consists of $7,877,209 from the general fund and $2,106,503 from the indirect cost fund. The breakdown is listed below. This proposed budget allocates resources for 51 full-time positions, encompassing 22 vacant roles, 19 unclassified or exempt, and 3 classified non-union. We have already filled 3 of the exempt positions. Currently, our staff comprises of 22 unclassified and 7 classified non-union employees. Within the fiscal year 2025 funding request pursuant to Executive Order 501-2020, salary increases authorized for employees on the general schedule pay plan have been included and will be processed for implementation once the budget has been appropriated for approval and release. Also, within the fiscal year 2025 budget is an allocation of $1,471,519 for the GVI Fellows Program. Cohort 2, consisting of 19 fellows who commenced their program on December 5th, 2022, are set to graduate in September. Presently, they are stationed across various departments, including OMB, the Department of Finance, Department of Public Works, Office of Disaster Recovery, Bureau of Information Technology, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Cohort 3, comprising of 7 fellows, commenced their program in October 2023 and are currently assigned to the Department of Finance and OMB. Altogether, these cohorts encompass a total of 26 fellows, spanning career fields such as finance, accounting, project management, communications, and information technology. In anticipation of the upcoming year, additional funds have been budgeted for Cohort 4, consisting of 6 fellows, scheduled to commence their rotations in August of this year. The GVI Fellows Program stands as an integral component of our operations, and we hold firm in our belief that they will continue to bring significant value to the GVI. This year's funding request would afford the fiscal capacity to address the daily operational needs of the agency, procurement of necessary supplies, tasks, and professional services for the 3 office locations, Norigara, the main office, Comprendensgara, annex office within the Department of Finance complex on St. Thomas, and the office on St. Croix located in Estate Diamond. For fiscal year 2024, the agency's actual expenditures as of period 10 is at $1,493,476 on the indirect cost fund and $2,437,549 on the general fund. The GVI Fellows Program for this fiscal year has actual expenditures of approximately $1,580,347. Fiscal year 2024 did not spare us of challenges and overwhelming moments that took a toll on the team. We remain committed to providing a healthy professional atmosphere that would stimulate and promote professional growth. We've encouraged and supported teamwork through training opportunities offered through the National Association of State Budget Officers, Government Finance Officers Association, International Government Finance Officers Association, National Association of State, and the National Grant Management Association. The training sessions have provided the team with updated resources to enhance their skill set and improve performance with current industry practices. Maintaining efforts from fiscal year 2024, we aim to ensure a suitable work environment for our human capital and are committed to maximize technology and professional development opportunities to foster efficient performance. The Office of Management and Budget continues to utilize the OpenGov system as our budgeting management platform for developing and releasing the governor's executive budget, and that combined with other innovative strategies enables OMB to advance performance-based budgeting goals, strengthening our capacity, and provide enhanced monitoring and analysis of agencies. Keeping with the governor's mandate of embracing technology, we are proud to have released the first digital proposed executive book via the OpenGov platform. Continuing the administration's effort of transparency, we continue to work on improving the existing transparency website to be more user-friendly for the community. This fiscal year, the Performance Management Unit initiated the transition to an outcome-based budget framework that will serve as a meaningful indication of how dollars are expected to turn into results. To facilitate this, departments were required to do a deep dive into last year's key performance indicators to determine where to keep the measures, create new ones that align with service delivery, or delete measures that were no longer relevant or did not meet established criteria for the new budget book model. Internally, the selected measures would be used to assess the department's performance in key service areas over time and to make improvements if necessary. Externally, the performance measure allowed the agency to communicate the value that residents receive for their tax dollars. The Performance Management Unit has continued to standardize performance management government-wide through the introduction of stat meetings between the unit and key agency leadership to discuss performance, identify problems, diagnose causes, and direct resources to solve problems in real time. Another notable accomplishment is the remarkable improvement in agency engagement and timeliness of performance data submission from 40% in fiscal year 2023 quarter 4 to an impressive 91% by fiscal year 2024 quarter 2. This achievement was made possible through the implementation of the innovative Scorecard online reporting system, which empowered agencies with user-friendly tools for seamless reporting and robust analysis. Some additional actionable items that we continue to be engaged in include formation of an overtime curtail focus group tailored to facilitate constructive conversations, leverage collective expertise, and implement sustainable technological solutions to address a long-standing systematic issue. Providing guidance on the development of agency performance plans to align strategic objectives and performance goals with agency budget requests. Facilitating training opportunities to establish a pool of subject matter experts to form rapid improvement teams that will be deployed to various agencies to improve operations and overall performance of core processes, programs, and services. As the Performance Management Unit continues to monitor and track performance for 26 other government agencies, they also internally measure performance for OMB. Through the introduction of the new PBB framework, we have included a performance overview section within the budget that contains a summary of how agencies are being measured against the expected outcomes. On page 157 of the budget book, you will find a set of carefully curated KPIs that represent the most impactful outcomes of our department. These measures reflect the ongoing efforts made by our performance unit to not only hold other agencies accountable, but to ensure that OMB meets our objectives with being a high-performing government agency. Overall, the unit's goal for fiscal year 2025 will lead to improved service delivery and better utilization of resources as we continue to a full transition to the outcome-based budget framework for future fiscal years. The management of federal dollars is a significant part of OMB's mandate. We continue to monitor grant recipients, compliance with fiscal and non-financial objectives for federal awards, develop and implement the government-wide cost allocation plan and the indirect cost-related proposals, initiate the intergovernmental review process, monitor funds awarded by the U.S. Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs, and assist departments and agencies with grant administration, training, and application issues. We are currently using fiscal year 2021's indirect cost rate approved by the Department of Interior's Internal Business Center, and we are collecting data for fiscal year 2022 and 2023 indirect cost rates. We anticipate that the draft rates will be submitted to the Department of Interior for review by September 30th, 2024. In addition to the customary operations of the agency, OMB continues to manage the funds received from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, with 143 projects that have been approved to date. As we prioritize the utilization of these funds to ensure efficient oversight and grant compliance, we have ongoing site visits and monthly subgrantee monitoring to ensure compliance and fulfillment of the federal funds awarded. We are pleased to report the Biden-Harris administration's approval of both volumes of the Virgin Islands Internet for All initial proposals for the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Grant Program, BEAD grant. This approval marks a significant achievement by the Virgin Islands Broadband Office support team and is a major step towards closing the digital divide and meeting the Brian Roach administration's goal of connecting the people of the territory to affordable, reliable, high-speed internet service. Only 23 of the 56 eligible states and territories have received total approval to date, and we are proud to be one of those. Receipt of the full grant award of $27 million will now provide the additional resources needed to execute the program in alignment with the projected timelines. We would like to publicly thank our federal partner team at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and digital equity partners at VINGN for their unwavering commitment to ensuring our success in developing a strong framework for the BEAD program. The Compliance Unit is advancing its mandate to enhance operational efficiency and efficacy across the GVI by focusing on risk mitigation and reducing reliance on third-party fiduciary oversight. The unit prioritizes several key areas. Central to its mission is the development of a public finance management framework aimed at reforming the GVI's standard operating policy and procedures. This collaborative effort will address internal control deficiencies in cash management, grants management, and procurement processes, thereby strengthening governmental operations. Additionally, the unit is working with executive agencies to reduce single audit findings by implementing comprehensive correction action plan models and addressing delays in federal drawdowns. This includes conducting detailed examinations, implementing remedial measures, and providing tailored training to increase awareness. In conclusion, OMB is deeply committed to collaborating with all departments and agencies to achieve operational excellence and ensure prudent fiscal management. While this endeavor can be challenging and demanding, we approach it with full dedication and accountability. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the OMB team, whose commitment and efforts have ensured the successful execution of our mandates. Despite facing various challenges, including workforce-related issues, we have not only maintained, but in some instances surpassed expectations. And for this, I am thankful. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. The team is readily available to address any inquiries or concerns you may have.
Thank you, Acting Director Woods, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. I did have some notes, but I sort of got distracted while you were talking. I have them here. So you made reference to your KPIs on page 157.
Correct.
Of the
budget book.
Of the budget book. Who's responsible? Is it you or the Department of Finance that's responsible for the single audits?
Collaborative effort.
Morning, Chairman Amy. The Department of Finance is the oversight and the compliance unit within the Office of Management and Budget collaborate and assist with the agencies in getting all of the responses back in time for the single audit to be closed out.
Okay, so I'm asking this for a reason. So when was the last single audit conducted? Completed is the word, completed.
The last single audit was completed, I believe, was August of last year.
So we have an audit completed for what year?
For 2021.
So you have a completed audit for 2021. So who's responsible for reviewing the findings and the recommendations and the implementation of the corrective measures around the audit? Is that the Department of Finance or is that the Office of Management and Budget? Who's responsible for working with the respective departments and agencies to ensure that those corrective measures are being implemented so we don't see the repeat findings?
Chairman Amy, the Department of Finance has direct oversight, but the compliance unit within Office of Management and Budget has been tasked to oversee the findings, the corrective action plans, the status updates with each agency so that they can be incorporated into each single audit.
Okay, good.
Each year.
And I asked the question because I don't know who's looking back at the prior year audits and looking back at whether or not you're having repeat findings, and the fact that we continue to see that we have qualified, is it qualified? That's the word, right? Qualified. Qualified audits.
Unqualified model, yeah.
Yes, qualified audits mean that we have work to do.
Yes.
Unqualified mean that we don't. So it's important that there is a concerted effort to ensure that if we have qualified audits, that we are in fact working towards unqualified audits. So what I'm trying to determine here this morning, is there a concerted effort around addressing our single audits?
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
And who's that person on your team or unit that's responsible for that?
It is the compliance unit.
So they are going out and coming back and working with the departments to make sure that those corrections are taking place?
Yes,
So when the next audit happens 2 years from now, we should not see the same findings?
that is the intent.
Okay. All right. And who's that person that's responsible in our unit?
It is the compliance unit.
Is there a leader of the compliance unit?
At this present time, they do not have a manager.
Okay, they don't have a manager. So who's the next best thing? Who's pushing out the work?
I
You are?
will say Miss Bakar and Miss Amy have stepped to the plate.
All right, got it. Okay. And then what we're going to need to get back from you is you noted that there are 143 projects that has been approved that has been approved to date around the ARPA dollars. Do you have, because I noticed that you don't have any addendums or attachments to your testimony, do you have an update? Can we get an updated report from you as it relates to the ARPA dollars that OMB is managing, the expenditures to date, and the projects that are obligated around ARPA?
We can provide that.
Okay, so we need to get that back from you, please. All right, so I'm going to go to the next. And one more thing. The broadband equity program that BEAD, that's the name of it, BEAD, that's now under the Office of Management and Budget. Have you received the funding or the award to move forward with this project? And how is OMB setting itself up to, in fact, run this program?
So we have received the access to the full $27 million. We are actively searching for a BEAD director to go out and move forward with the program. However, in the absence, Mr. Weber and Ms. Rodriguez-Cox have taken the initiative to move forward and execute the goals at task.
And how are you working, if you're working, with the Bureau of Information Technology?
It is a collaborative effort with BIT and BINGN.
Okay, at some point later in the discussion, I would really like to hear how y'all are laying out this program. I think this is, how much million dollars it is?
$27 million.
27 million. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to the first senator. I believe that is Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the people of the Virgin Islands, staff, Central Staff, good morning, Acting Director Woods, and your young senior management team that they were you, and thank you so much for your testimony. I'm happy to hear that the funds were approved, the $27 million were approved for the BEAD programs, because that's a very important program in our territory in terms of broadband and access for our people in the Virgin Islands. And I also want to thank BINGN and the Office of BIT for their support to that endeavor. Let me ask, in respect to your testimony, though, on page 4 of 18 of the post-audit report, let me ask you, under other services and charge under the general fund and other services and charge under the indirect fund, there's a large discrepancy for the general fund. There's a discrepancy of some $254,000. And under the indirect costs, there's a discrepancy of some $546,000. Can you explain to me succinctly, please, what the reason for that?
So I will start with the indirect costs. The indirect costs for fiscal year 2024 that we are recognizing right now, there is $1 million budgeted in supplies. And for fiscal year, let me refer. There's $1.4 million budgeted in other services in fiscal year 2024. And we have then repurposed a portion of the $1.4 million to supplies for fiscal year 2025. So if you look, you'd see supplies has an increase of $600,000 and other services has a decrease of $500,000. So it's just a swap of the categories for where the needs are, and for
Okay, but
other for the general fund, other services and charges, there's a decrease from the operating budget for fiscal year 2024. So we're operating right now with $1.5 million in other service and charges. And we see the need to decrease then to $1.2 million for fiscal year 2025.
thank you for that explanation. Let me ask you now, in respect to your vacancies, it jumped out at me, and as I was going through the postal report, I have some concerns. You say you have 22 vacant positions. How much staff do you have
Currently, we have
total?
currently there is 29 employees on board.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? 22 vacancies. And you spoke to your different units, especially, for instance, your policy unit, which deals with the KPIs and drive accountability and fiscal responsibility, aiding decision making, etc. Prioritize initiatives for the government of the Virgin Islands. Then you have your compliance unit that supports supervising the territory's financial and business policies, conserving the territory's rights, interests, and resources. Those within those units, those two units specifically, what's your capacity in terms of really getting the best bang for your buck in respect to carrying forward the mission of the agency? Do you have a challenge with vacancies in those particular units?
So thank you for the question. Right now, we do have some challenges in the performance unit. So we are actively searching for performance analysts. We have
1 minute.
2 performance analysts on board currently, but we have conducted interviews to bring more performance analysts on board. It is gravely needed as we move forward for outcome-based budgeting. The compliance unit, we have had the opportunity to hire, I think, 2 additional staff members to that team. So,
let me ask you. Also, for your
30
federal
seconds.
grant specialist unit, are we still identified as high risk status? Are we still in that status, especially for the Department of Human Services and Department of Education?
so we are
For the third party?
Yeah, we are still under third-party fiduciary. The federal grants unit is not the unit that is doing the oversight. That responsibility has gone to the compliance unit in a collaboration with a third party.
Time.
And they're looking at it as a government-wide approach and not just those departments that have been identified at high risk.
And how many vacancies do we have in that unit?
The compliance unit, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there is a manager vacant and possibly 1 additional compliance analyst.
So it is glaring that we really have to drill down and focus and do some type of program in terms of filling the vacancies as OMB in order to really reach to capacity in terms of driving policies and assuring that the KPIs are met and ensuring that we really strengthen our government as a whole. And Madam Chair, if I may wrap up my line of questioning, I would like to ask my final question in respect to the post-audit report. On the federal grants on page 12 of 18, there is a, project worksheet for economic adjustment assistance, and it expires next year in December for $10 million. What's the status of this grant? What's going on in that space, and what is it for specifically?
I'll refer that question to Mr. Weber.
Go ahead, sorry. Please.
Samir Weber, Federal Grants Manager. So that grant, it's under OMB for management, but it has been subgranted to the various departments in the government. So far, we have had the budget online for a few of the subgrantees, and there are a few projects that we're still waiting on approval for.
So do we know if they have utilized any of the funds and for its intended purpose?
So far, there have been steps, there have been requisitions entered in the ERP, as well as purchase orders approved by property and procurement.
So do you anticipate this $10 million being fully expended by December of next year?
Yes, we are.
Very well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your leniency, and thank you for your responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Actually, when I was speaking earlier, I did not complete my thought, and I realized that. So going back to the performance indicators, I note that when I was talking about the single audits in particular, I'm trying to figure out. I mean, your key performance indicators speak specifically to very transactional, which you are very transactional in your operation, but I'm trying to understand why, if we are focused on addressing our single audits and our corrective action plan under that particular unit, why isn't that one of the performance indicators for the Office of Management and Budget? That's an important piece. That's one of the areas where I would say what gets monitored gets done. So I think that you need to revisit your performance indicators. If OMB has a unit where they are working with departments and agencies to address the corrective measures around the single audit, and that's clear, then that should be part of your key performance indicators. Your thoughts, Ms. Woods?
We do have one specifically for the corrective action plans. However, it is just not listed in a high impact KPI. We would be, can reconsider and consider it a high impact KPI.
You don't consider high impact?
So when we look at high impact, we're not looking specifically on just the agency, we're looking on total outlook, but we can consider it for high impact.
Yeah, I would suggest you look at it, because why I look at it as high impact is because we know that if we want to go to market to float bonds and we get audits that are qualified, then we are not qualified. So to me, that's a high impact on the overall government financials of the territory. And that's something that we really need to monitor and address the corrective actions, corrective items, so we could be in a better place. I mean, we've been at this for a minute as it relates. This is not new to the territory, but we need to make sure that we are really focusing on addressing our single audit matters as we see them arise, and that we're not having repeated findings. And there is an opportunity to continue to look at those, although they are corrected, because if you don't continue to monitor them, then you'll find 3 years down the road, the auditors look at it again and we fall off the wagon. So that's my concern around it. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Did you have any wage increases in 24?
In fiscal year 2024, no.
No? Okay, so you have, what is your ask? Increase or decrease? Total budget?
Increase.
Right, so the increase is for what?
So, one moment. We do have salary increases slotted for our non-union.
The GS employees?
Correct.
7 of them?
Correct.
Okay. So,
and of course, the increases because we do have a need for additional staff and members. We are not at our most effective staffing level. So there is a need to bring more staff on board.
Right. So are your 22 vacancies 50% or 100%?
They vary. Some are 50%, some are 75%. If you are at 100%, it does vary.
Oh, okay. The 45,000 for capital outlay. What is that for? Repairs where?
For repairs at our annex and our sink, well, at all different locations.
Okay, so 45,000 is sufficient to accomplish those?
Correct.
Okay.
There is no build out, just minor repairs that are needed.
Okay. Do you have any funds that carry over from one year to one budget to the next?
We do not.
No. Okay, good. Now, separations or retirement. How many separations, retirements, do you have in 24 budget, 24 fiscal year?
We have not had any retirement in fiscal year 2024.
Any other separations? Any other persons left or?
We had, I think, about 3 separations fiscal year 2024.
Okay. The indirect cost. The indirect cost is 2.1 million. You have utilities in your indirect costs and general fund. How come you split them like that? Utilities have 100,000, indirect costs have 101,000.
Well, the utilities, I mean, we can put it all under indirect. It's just how do we propose the better spending. If we place it under indirect, we can then address one facility and then cover the other facilities. So the St. Croix office can be covered under the indirect cost, and the general fund will cover the St. Thomas office.
So that's how it's paid to the single pay account? You mean like
The
that?
general fund appropriation moves to the single payer account. The indirect cost fund, the Office of Management and Budget makes those payments. Those are not transferred to the single payer fund.
Why? That's what.
It's how the bill is written. All funds appropriated through the general fund moves to the single payer.
Okay. Now, would it make it easier to have your indirect costs for utilities also be sent to that fund?
I will say because the need is there to pay additional costs from the indirect fund, we would propose that it stays as is.
Okay. Now your GVI fellows, return investment. How many total GVI fellows we have?
Currently, we have 26 GVI fellows.
26. Any of them have left? 26 will you have left, or 26 total?
26 is who remain.
Okay, so how many have left?
We have 3 that have left the program.
Okay, and did they indicate why they left, more or less? I'm sure we had this conversation before, but more or less, did they indicate why they left the program?
2 got job offers, so they did gain employment within the government, and 1 actually relocated.
Okay, do the GVI fellows collect any overtime where they work?
No, they do not.
They do not. Okay. Your compliance unit. How many personnel in the compliance unit, and what is the breakdown between GS and exempt?
We currently have 4 employees in the compliance unit. They are all exempt employees.
And how much more do you need in that particular unit?
I would like to have 2 more analysts and the manager. I think it's a great need.
Okay, so two more needed. What are the salaries for those positions, those 2 vacant positions that are needed? Is the salary a factor as to why you're not having sufficient for any of these positions?
No, salary is not a factor.
Okay. So it just basically people aren't applying for them, or
1 minute.
Correct. Applying and meeting the qualification.
okay? Do you have a recruiter?
We do not have a recruiter. However, we have recently gained a new human resources manager, and she is actively reviewing resumes and scheduling interviews so that we can, become.
Okay. Also, I
fully
was
staffed.
wondering, do you have any collaboration with the University of Virgin Islands in regards to filling some of these key technical positions that you have?
30 seconds.
Relationship with the University of the Virgin Islands, no. However, we do actively advertise our positions on OMB's website. We participate with job fairs held by the Division of Personnel and the Department of Labor. We have positions listed at OMB's website at omb.vi.gov, and we do accept resumes at careers@omb.vi.gov.
That's good. I'm glad you got a plug in at my time. And just in closing, Madam Chair, in regards to the 45,000 for, do you have a maintenance unit?
We do not.
Okay, so how is that done? Contracted out?
Yes.
So, and 45,000 will make it sufficient for your employees' environment for working in.
Correct. Through the past few years, there has been a level of renovation done at the facility, so there's no great need for a substantive capital redo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Vice Chair of this committee, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. Please mark Senator Francis Jr. as present. Good morning, Senator Francis. All right. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues, to the testifiers that are here present, and to the beautiful people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon or good morning to the acting director. How are you today?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Well, we have a few questions. First of all, I really would like to start by finding out what austerity measures are in place by the Office of Budget Management for other agencies and departments, and even by your department itself.
And when you state austerity measures regarding?
Well, we've been hearing that we have a deficit within our government. We owe approximately maybe between 100 million to our vendors. And the issue I'm having is I'm hearing some departments and agencies coming before us as if business is as usual, and not really looking into savings and where to cut and avoid waste within our expenses. So I'm trying to find out, since your office has a responsibility to work and operate with our budget, what austerity measures have been shared or passed down to different departments and agencies to make the necessary changes given our financial state?
Well, the Office of Management and Budget has been conservative with our budget, and our statement is echoed throughout the remainder of the GVI. One initiative per se, even as we go through fiscal year 2024, is the overtime curtailment. So we do have a level of conversations with our departments and agencies, of course, expressing the need to be conservative. So
So when it comes to savings, what savings within our government are you foreseeing at FY24? And what measures are you implementing to curtail waste and expense in FY25?
So for 25, the new framework for fiscal year 2025 would help push to a more feasible, or should I say, a more conservative budget on spending plan. For fiscal year 2024, I do have, the governor's financial team has a mandate to submit a plan to the legislature by August 1st. So that plan for fiscal year 2024 will be presented to the legislature. I did not come prepared to speak on that plan today. I did come to defend the operating budget for the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay, so let's talk about your operating budget. You're asking for an increase.
Correct. I think it is.
And your justification for that
It is a slight increase from 2024 to 2025 due to staffing. OMB has a lot of mandated initiatives. Well, we have a lot of initiatives that need to be pushed forward government-wide, not just for OMB, but it affects the entire government of the Virgin Islands. To be successful, we need our complemented staff.
So a slight increase, we're talking about approximately $779,139. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But you have 22 vacancies.
1 minute.
Are your vacancies funded at 100%? How you intend to fill those vacancies?
OMB, like all departments and agencies, we recognize that all employees will not be on board October 1. While we would love to have our staff fully complemented at October 1, it is not realistic. So we will.
Acting Director, excuse me. My time is
30
running.
seconds.
Are they funded at 100%?
They are not funded at 100%.
They're funded at 50%.
There may be one or two that are at 100%, another two that are 75%, but the latter are at 50%.
How did the Office and Budget came up to determine which departments and agencies should decrease their budget and which ones should increase? How do you guys reach those determinations? Because I see some departments and agencies that have come before us and are asking for increases, and then other departments and agencies that have been given a ceiling below what they receive in 2024. How do you arrive to that determination? And one of the issues that I have, and I'm going to put it out, is that those departments and agencies that generate revenue, we've seen that some of them are tapped with a ceiling lower than what they received the last fiscal year. But we see others that don't generate revenue, of course, provide some services with increases. So how do you arrive to that determination? Which departments are subject to a ceiling below what they usually receive or receive in the previous years, and which ones have an increase?
So analysis was completed to make the comparison of expenditure, the budget to expenditure. The alignment of the 6 priority outcomes towards the outcome-based budgeting was taken into consideration. And there are some departments and agencies that were able to provide a detailed budget proposal that identified the need. So it is about department and agencies being able to identify that significant need. I know sometimes we take it as because historically we had staff of 100, that we have in our mind that we need staff of 100. We have to look towards shifting in some areas. It may not be a staffing issue. It may be how do you implement or enforce the production of your agency. So we do have to take that into account.
And lastly, Madam Chair, if I may.
You can go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Lindsay. So looking at a post-audit report, so in the general fund section, I see for supplies, you have basically requesting a minimum amount of 388,000. But then in the direct cost fund, you're requesting 1 million. So we see, of course, a difference. How do you determine what percentage you use from the indirect costs and what you use from the general fund? And why not focusing only on indirect costs instead of general fund?
You're stating also, most of the OMB's contractual costs are on the indirect cost fund. So that's why you're seeing a significant number in supplies. Now, and some of the contracts, I just want to make it clear, while they are contractual obligations, they are systems, so they're considered data processing software, and data processing software falls into the supplies category. So it is not necessarily a book or paper supply that we're looking at. It is actual
Software system.
Correct, software supply.
Can you, through the chair, parade a breakdown for that section for supplies to this committee?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So we're going to have that sent back because I was just about to ask about that, the breakdown of this 1,107,000. Now, you have capital outlay. You're asking for another $65,000 in capital outlay for fiscal year 25 under your indirect costs, and then you're asking for another for 45 under your general fund. But in FY 2024, you had $164,000. What did you do with those funds? How did you spend those capital outlay? What project did you work on? And is it that this project is not completed because you're asking for another 6 and 4 is 10? So that's another 105,000, give or take, 110,000.
So the $45,000 acts in the general fund is to address AC concerns in the main building.
Main building where?
Norigata.
So that's in St. Thomas.
St. Thomas, correct.
Okay.
And then the St. Croix office, while the staff is actively there, it has not completed the full build out. So we still are in the process of building out the office. So it is built out, but placing the cabinets and the fixtures where they need to be, the actual final desk components to how
So how did you spend the $664,000 in fiscal year 24?
It has not fully been expended to date. So
Right.
it is an ongoing project.
Right, so we're going to need to get from you the overall cost of the capital outlay build-out for these two projects that you reference. We know that, I think you know better than all of us and all of the other agencies, that we have to find ways to reduce these numbers in fiscal year 25. My colleague that spoke before asked a very important question when he spoke specifically about austerity measures. Now, we move legislation. I'm not certain if it was signed, Mr. President, yet, to require that the executive branch submit to the legislature sometime in August the reduction plan of the 2024 budget because of the way that we see that the revenues are moving and the fact that they don't appear to be aligning with the appropriations. So I think where he was going is, what is the messaging that's being sent out to the agencies as it relates to how we are reducing our expenses for fiscal year 24?
So, again, we have been stating in conversations, the analysts with the department and agencies to be conservative with their spending. We need to ensure that our mandated costs are paid and that we are not spending in excess of our necessities.
Okay, I gotta go back to this one. Are you familiar with the legislation?
I am familiar with
Okay,
it.
so then your response isn't sufficient because there must be some process, system in place that allows you to fall within the revenues that we're projecting to see to end FY24 with. We received, I got notice that you've sent out letters to the two branches of government asking for a 5% reduction. So the question is, are we notifying, are you cutting the allotments? That's what we're trying to figure out. Give us the information. Are the allotments being reduced? Because we did ask for a report to come back to us. So it can't be we asking them to be cautious. It has to be clearly what is it that what is the edict that has been sent out to these agencies? How are you appropriating those? Allotting those dollars in the last quarter. That's the question.
So yes, a 5% reduction has been implemented against the last quarter's allotment.
And what is that totaling?
I do not have that number ahead of me right now. I did not come prepared to speak on that. I did come prepared to defend OMB's operating budget. We are in the process of putting the plan together. So I did not come prepared to speak on that value.
We're going to have to get that information before we leave today. So if we send out notice to the departments and agencies with a cut, there must have been some analysis done to determine what that cut will yield you. Right? So we have to get that information, please, as it relates to what that cut would represent. Is it across the board 5%?
It is against operating expenses, and it is across the board against operating expenses and the remaining miscellaneous items that have not been released to date.
So everybody cut his 5%?
Operating, yes.
All right, so we need to get your all's analysis as to how you come back to that. Because if all departments, first of all departments are not created equal. So a department that has a budget that's $173 million as opposed to one that have $4 million, it can be created equal. Some of those departments that have those smaller budgets, most of the funding is tied to personnel. So we got to be realistic. Everybody can't look the same, and the percentage cannot be across the board, because then you're going to be then we're not truly doing a true cut. We're not, because if there's personnel tied to it, then if there's most of it is personnel for a smaller agency, you're going to still pay them. So we want to know how realistic the work is.
So for clarity, we did not implement cuts against personnel. It was against operating budgets.
So how are you going to come up with $90 million out of operating? How is that possible?
So again,
all right, buddy.
So the cut, along with continuing to be conservative with spending, would assist with bridging the gap. But
what the total operating number is for the government? you could come back and give it to us afterward. But I just, we have vacant positions. I suspect that what we would have done was implement some sort of a hold off on determining what these critical positions are. Operating is not going to yield you that. Realistically, if we are not generating the revenues, I pray that once the month of August comes, we will see that the property taxes, in particular, will generate the revenues to help us to get over the hump. But anyway. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the fine folks from OMB, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Acting Director, baptism by fire. So I heard you respond several times that you're here to defend the FY 2025 budget. So help me to understand. There is no expectation that you'll be asked anything about FY24?
Regarding, you've asked, can you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
I heard you respond several times that you're here to defend your agency's budget for FY25. I am inquiring whether or not you don't expect to be asked anything about FY24 and us being able to determine how we address the FY 2025 budget.
I did not come prepared, in all honesty, to discuss the reduction plan. But I can discuss OMB's operation for 2024, but I did not come prepared to discuss the reduction plan in place.
Whose recommendation was it to reduce the budget of the agencies?
For fiscal year 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
It was my suggestion.
Very well. And that decision was made on what?
A decision made on after analysis was conducted on the spending of the departments and agencies.
Thus, you should be very, very proficient of being able to address the FY24 reduction because it's your suggestion one and based on the analysis that were made. So we'll move away from that, but I'm just a little bit challenged by your constant referral that, you're not here to speak to the reduction and you just want to stick to the budget moving forward. So tell me, there is a shift from the performance-based budgeting to outcome-based framework, correct?
Correct.
Tell me what helped to drive, and of course we have had some offline discussion in respect to that because I'm very concerned about performance-based because that's our mechanism by which we're able to evaluate how government money is being spent and what is the return on our investments. I've always been, keyed in for the last 10 years on being able to monitor our key performance indicators. So what's the purpose of the shift? If you could just really quickly address that we have shift from, performance-based and going towards outcome-based budgeting.
I will direct this question to Ms. Rodriguez-Cox.
Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst. So to answer your question, Senator, as you know, we spoke with you offline. We had a very in-depth conversation presenting the performance-based budget framework. So with that, we chose to adapt the outcome-based budget framework as opposed to performance-based because at the onset of the fiscal year, we met as a government, the executive branch, to determine the 6 priority outcomes for the administration. And it was a tool that we decided that will be helpful to kind of drive agencies' decision-making when it comes to their budget requests, to kind of get them to think about what are the priorities of the government on a whole, and how can they attribute to those successes and that delivery of those service outcomes. So we developed 6 priority outcomes, as we mentioned, the quality education, high-performing government, safe and sustainable infrastructure, a growing economy, healthy citizens, and the clean and energy efficient territory. And with those outcomes identified, agencies were tasked with developing budgets that supported one or more of those priority outcomes.
And I'm very thankful for your explanation there, and I'm definitely an advocate for us moving in that direction. My purpose for asking, I think that the public as well as the other agencies need to be aware that this is across the board decision, and that's what we're moving towards. So thank you for that. So you do have an entity that you spoke about that's now being able to, I think you call it the performance management unit or team that will be responsible for monitoring our KPIs carefully, correct?
Correct.
And one of the areas of concentration, based on your testimony, again, you spoke about the overtime curtailment focus group that have been formed. What is the magnitude of the situation regarding overtime?
Again, I'll refer that question to Ms. Rodriguez Cox and Ms. Emmanuel.
And if you could just also speak to the impact on the budget by the overtime, I'll appreciate that.
Christine Rodriguez Cox, Senior Performance Analyst. So what we did, I would say starting in Q2 of this fiscal year, we coordinated with the Virgin Islands Police Department, most importantly their Human Resources and Payroll Division. We initiated a conversation that included the union leads, the chief of police for both districts, as well as the commissioner, members of the commissioner's office, to kind of discuss the systemic issue that we face with overtime in the department. What we came up with were 3 solutions so far that we feel that can be implemented. If implemented in the near future, will have a grave impact on the reduction of overtime. I know yesterday the department briefly touched on some of the legislation that needs to be revised. I think that's one of the first key issues that needs to be addressed to reduce the overtime, as well as some other conversations that needs to be had with the labor unions and their contracts. I'll let Ms. Emmanuel speak to the effect on the budget.
Shanisa Emmanuel, Strategic Financial Officer. As Christine said, we have met with VIPD, and we plan to meet with the other agencies such as BOC and also Fire. I have been personally monitoring VIPD's budget and have seen that instead of curtailment, they are increasing. It's an ongoing conversation. I've made it a project. It is a part of our strategic plan to ensure that we are curtailing in overtime. So it's an ongoing project. We have also advised VIPD to look into a scheduling software to reduce the level of manpower, the abuse, and so that way they can have a strategy place in order to schedule in. So it's an ongoing conversation. We have another meeting plan, I believe, in 2 weeks, where we are going to present numbers, facts, and other analysis that we are doing internally at WIC. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Obviously, I have some additional questions, but I'll leave it at that. But I want to say that, when we talk about this overtime and the fact that it's a runaway train, we don't have an issue with individual making overtime, where they could be accountable and they could be productive. When I worked at the Virgin Islands Police Department as the police chief and police commissioner, my overtime back then was $6 and $8 million, and I got raked over the coal regarding that. Today we are talking about 33. We're talking about $23 million. How are we going to be able to continue to operate a government with those type of exorbitant overtime? Officers back then were making $17,000, $20,000. Today their starting salary is $40,000. So those numbers continue to increase significantly because, of course, the hourly hours are there, so it mounts. So it has a trickle impact on what's happening there. Not to mention that it impacts everything else. Holiday pay, night differential, everything else is impact fringe. Everything else is impacted as a result of that. Also, it behooves us to make sure that there is some control mechanism put in place, and it breeds corruption more than anything else. When individuals adjust their lifestyle to what's going to happen? It's very important that we're able to save some individuals from themselves and be able to put in a control mechanism into this. Just real quickly, in terms of fringe benefits, is there across the board, how are you monitoring the agency's fringe benefit? From the numbers that we're seeing here, it differs between agencies. Do you have available at OMB at a glance, which agency is utilizing what percentage of fringe?
So fringe is not applied as a percentage across the board. Fringe is calculated per the actual employee. So it is 23.5% against retirement up to for salaries up to $65,000, 1.45% for Medicare, 6.2% for Social Security. The workers' compensation rate varies per agency, and health insurance cost varies per employee. So those are the fringe is actually taken piece by piece, not as a percentage. So we can provide, I guess, the workers' compensation rate for every department, and then, of course, the health insurance rates. So it can be a better guide as to why fringe calculations look higher in one agency to another. So there are some agencies, they may have more employees with family health insurance versus another agency that those employees may have more single or may not have health insurance because they are on a spouse's insurance plan or vice versa.
Okay, and my final question, you can answer on the chair's time if you allow it. Can you give us a balance on the ARPA account? You're the manager of the ARPA or overseer of ARPA. Can you give us a current balance on ARPA? I appreciate it. Thank you.
I can have Ms. Gaston speak on the remaining availability for ARPA. Ms. Gaston.
Gaston, Grants Administrator. The unobligated balance for the ARPA fund is $80,053,890.
That's 80 million?
Correct.
Give that number at 80 million. Give it again, 80 million.
$80,053,890.
All right, and that's unobligated. All right, and who's managing the interest in the off-island bank?
I may need to get that information back to you.
See?
I will need to get that information to you.
So who's managing it? Your office or somebody else?
At this present time, not the Office of Management and Budget.
Who manages the 200? What it was, $200 million?
Well, previously, Director O'Neill, along with additional members of the financial team, but I do not have an answer for you today as to why I'll need to get that information to you.
All right. Did you all listen to the hearing yesterday with Virgin Islands Police Department? Did you have one of who's the analyst? You have an analyst that's responsible for VIPD, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and y'all listened to the hearing yesterday?
I did not have the opportunity to.
No, and I don't mean specifically you.
The analyst is not here. I can't speak for the analyst.
But what is the responsibility of your analyst? Are they required to listen to the hearings?
They are required to listen to the hearings.
So, we having a conversation about our budget and our appropriations versus our revenues. And while OMB is here today to defend their budget, your budget is what? A few dollars. OMB always have to be prepared to talk about all the other challenges that we have in government, right? And we are talking about the challenges that we have with our revenues, but we have a $23 million overtime challenge. So as I looked at the when you said that you're asking agencies to reduce their operating by, is it 5%?
Correct.
So 5%, the total operating is like $677 million. 605,891. That's only $33 million. That's 33 million, and OMB and VIPD has already eaten into 14 million of that. I'm trying to figure out what type of conversations are being had with the government's financial team on this challenge that we have. Are there any discussions that are truly occurring around this deficit that we are projecting, and how do we prevent ourselves from falling deeper into this hole? Because we keep talking about structural deficit. We know that in 2017, before the hurricanes that devastated the Virgin Islands, we were on the brink of collapse, right? And based on the conversations that we're having, we're heading there again. But we are not getting any concrete information as to what's happening behind the scenes around this challenge. We appropriated $8 million for overtime, I think, for VIPD in fiscal year 24. And we are seeing, as the trajectory is moving in the direction of another $23 million. That's $14 million over what we appropriated. What's really happening? I mean, what are those conversations? I know you talk about the budget, your budget, but within your budget and within your responsibility, these things fall in there between yourself and I saw the Commissioner of Finance earlier. He left. But these things, these concerns fall within OMB, DOF, and those other entities. But what we are not hearing is there is a true concentrated conversation about how do we contain this situation. We hearing that. We hearing 5%, 5% only 33 million, 33 million, the operating is the 33 million against operating cut. What's the balance of your allotment? Is it realistic? Is it realistic to have a 5% reduction in the fourth quarter when we have already spent most of the money? If you divide 677 into 4, we don't have no 33 million to give up.
So
I am not understanding how we doing this.
So again, OMB is encouraging conservative spending. So while we have released the first 3 quarters in full, the first 3 quarters, it was not entirely spent. So again, analysis was conducted agency by agency to look to see what was the spending pattern. So again, we are encouraging conservative spending. We have recognized saving based on what was released to date. We are encouraging that department and agencies pay their mandated costs and do not spend in excess of what is needed. That's
Okay,
my statement. But the overtime, we do recognize, is a significant cost as to why we now have the overtime curtailing conversations. How do we then address current and moving forward?
Today I already spent 18 million. That's 10 million over what was appropriated.
So when we look at it, and of course you're looking at VIPD's expenditure.
Yeah, we're only staying with them alone.
I was about to say, so we're looking at VIPD's, but OMB looks at it also government-wide. So we're digging down on department by department, but we also have that overview, like government-wide analysis.
I understand, but the issue is, so we are hitting August, before the end of this week, right? And it says that August. How much more months do we have in the fiscal year?
Our workers is tomorrow, so 2 more months.
Right. So we are ready. The money done spent. We're done in the red. I'm praying that we are able to see these revenues collected from the property taxes. But we waited too late to deal with this. That's basically what I'm saying. We sent out the notice for a 5% reduction when these departments and agencies done down the road. And we saw, when was the revenue estimating conference? May. It was May. We saw that it was all over the news, $90 million projected deficit. And we having a conversation because the legislature said, hey, look, we want a spending plan because we continue to see that there's no movement. And then when I think it was signed, right? It was signed, and then the response was, if we didn't need to move legislation for that, we just needed to ask. We don't need to ask nothing. If movement is not being made, we have a responsibility on this side of the aisle to do what is necessary to protect this government. That's our job. We don't need to ask anything. So I am still not convinced that we have been able to reduce. We would be able to reduce the budget. The only savior that we have is that our revenues will come in as we projected. And that brings me to this. When we built the 24 budget, we included $30 million from the ARPA dollars to support the potential reduction or deficit or lack of revenues. Where are we with that? Have we looked at that to determine whether or not there needs to be any truing up of those numbers to figure out how do we invoke those funds into the budget so we can move forward with our expenditures and paying our vendors, etc.?
Utilizing revenue loss has been an option.
I ain't following you. When you say utilizing revenue loss, I'm saying when we built the budget in FY24, we worked with OMB. I don't know if you have the revenue sheet because, of course, some of this is probably new to you. So we have to make sure that we also give you some grace on this because you were not the person that we were having a discussion with. But when we look at our revenues, we have to have a balanced budget, right? So when we looked at our revenues, we added additional revenues for projects, the disaster projects, which was like 60-something $million, $69 million, and then we added another 30 to support potential revenue loss. So I'm asking, is there any discussion with regards to the revenue loss that we are already seeing that's impacting us? Is any other discussion going on? And then we're going to move on back and come back to your budget.
Yes, that discussion is being had.
Okay, good. And have you, in the conversation around your overtime, have you all ran the reports with regards to each department and the employees and the amount of overtime that's being generated in VIPD, BOC, etc.? Have you ran that report?
Down to the employees, we have not gone down to that detail. It's encouraged for the departments and agencies to identify, those employees.
I am going to make a strong suggestion that you all do it because it's going to put the same nut that I have in my stomach in yours. This issue that we have with this overtime in the Virgin Islands Police Department is extremely concerning. Please drill down further so you could really have, I listened to the young lady, and I don't know that she should be the person alone having this conversation with these folks. This situation that we have is real. Look at it. Take a look at it. Once you look at it, you'll become very passionate about this situation that we have here in VIPD. Okay? That's my strong recommendation. Now let's get back to the budget. All right, so let's get to the numbers. So you have under your personnel for the general fund, there is an additional 179,274. That's a 4% increase. You following? Tracking the same thing?
Yes.
Okay, so that 179,274 is for the purposes of?
So, how the post-audit division has it, it's lumped with the actual employees and the GVI fellows. So it is a combination of the 22 new and vacant positions and the fellows. The fellows are not budgeted at 100% because the cohort 2 will be transitioning, and that cohort has 19 fellows, and we will be onboarding cohort 4. There's only 6 slots for cohort 4.
Okay, but I'm
So-
looking at the numbers. So for the numbers are very straightforward, regardless of how it's categorized or what prime or subs they're listed in. Your operational recommendation for your operational appropriation is the word for fiscal year 24 was 2,330,000 plus another 295 for your vacancies, right? So that comes to like 3,267,643. But it's the recommendation this year, 25, is 4,257,000, which is 179,274 more than last fiscal year. You follow me? No?
I'm following what you're saying, but how I view it is unfortunately based on operational and actual miscellaneous. So, and I'll just share. So, for OMB's operational personnel budget for fiscal year 2024, it's $2.6 million, and our ask for personnel for 2025 is 3.2.
Okay.
So,
You have that broken out on what page? You have that broken out on. Yeah,
my
but in your testimony, you come back to the same number. In your testimony, you said 4.257.
So it encompasses the fellows. So okay,
right.
So I'll look at it from your standpoint. So yes, the $179,000 will give us the opportunity to onboard the new fellows and bring on staff.
Okay. We need a breakout of this 4.257. We need to know, we need an updated personnel listing from you because I'm still unclear. Honestly, if the number is 4.257, the 167, 179, 274 difference, we need to understand what is that for. Because truth be told, every other agency that came here, their budget was reduced except yours. Thus far. Everybody. Okay? GVI fellows. We received an email from a GVI fellow saying that the program ended early. Is that accurate?
So the program, it was stated to be fast-tracked to end in July. It is now ending in September. But yes, it is, I think, 2 months shy of when would have been the official 2-year mark.
And what's the reason for that?
I cannot state.
But how do we hire these young people straight out of college and then they find themselves in a situation where the training program that they were in is cut short 2 months? Were they provided with an explanation?
So we have continuously met with them since identifying that the program was fast-tracked, and we have encouraged them to to submit resumes. Like, although the program is fast-tracked.
Hold a second. The question is, did you all have a discussion with them about the fact that this program will be cut short? About the resumes and all that? It
was brought to my attention that prior conversation was not have. Since we have scheduled weekly sessions with the GVI fellows.
Yeah. We can't do that. We can't do that to these young people. We encourage them to come home after they finish college to deal with this program or to when they leave UVA, and then we abruptly tell them it's reduced 2 months. 2 months shy of, when they should be finished. I would be hard-pressed to believe that one of the things, I would want to believe, rather, that what we should have done is we have these vacant positions within the government. Why didn't we try to place them in these government entities, agencies?
So that is why we have continuously encouraged that they submit their resumes so that we can review, because we want to encourage them to apply for. Now, we cannot just place them in a department and agency. They still have to go through the regular onboarding process as every other applicant for the government of the Virgin Islands. But we are working along with these GBI fellows to ensure that their resumes show the skills that they have attained through the program for them to be placed within the government of the Virgin Islands.
But what is the reason why? Because you say you can't tell me. What is the reason why the program will cut short 2 months?
And
what's the reason? There must be a reason. What's the reason? We tell them, we encouraging them to fill out their resumes, we're doing all that. What is the reason why the original contract with them was 12, whatever amount of months, and we cut it short 2 months? They have to know. We have to know. This is a program that was widely promoted and touted around here that is something awesome for our young people. And then, how are we encouraging young people to stay here? What's the reason why the program was cut 2 months? Is it funding? What is it?
Part is funding, and the second part is the program was starting later in the year, and we want to capitalize on the recent graduates. So sometimes the graduation from the University of the Virgin Islands happens in May. If you're a recent graduate, you're more than likely going to pursue the opportunity to relocate. So the intent was to try to realign closer to UVI's graduation so that we can onboard the fellows closer to their graduation.
But then we should have staggered it. Those people who are already on the program, how you just drop them like that? We have to be a little more thoughtful and empathetic when we're dealing with these things. I mean, I know that you are not, you are just on board. You are just on board. So the questions naturally going to be asked of you. You may not have really had anything to do with it. But I'm just saying we have to be cautious when we're dealing with these types of things. It's just unfair, and it doesn't align with what we say out of our mouths when we talk about trying to keep Virgin Islanders here or young people here to take on these positions, and then you leave a bad taste in them. What do you think they're going to do? Go to the States, they're going to leave, and we cannot afford for them to leave. That's my concern with this. And I received that email, and I forwarded it on to, I don't know if I CC'd you on it, from one of those young people who's very distraught about that situation. It just, I mean, we didn't create the program. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same lines of the GVI fellows, when I asked how many GVI fellows, you said 26. I asked how many left, you said 3. So based on what we're hearing now, that 26 GVI fellows are out?
So of the 26, we have 19 who will be ending the program.
Effective when?
In September.
So 19 of them will be out.
17
of them will be out. Or could leave the territory. That's what you're saying.
So we are working along the division of personnel. We are highly suggesting, and we are working along with the fellows to get them placed within the government of the Virgin Islands. We do not want to lose the talent that we have. They are a talented set of young people. We do not want them to leave the territory. We are working along with them.
But I'm hearing mixed messages. Like I'm saying, if you're GVI fellows, they shouldn't have to go and apply. All of that should be a part of the package. You apply to the department, put them in, secure them, boom, we go from there. Versus we have you a part of the program, we cut the program, it's up to you. You know, I got what Madam Chair said, because at first I didn't get it, but 17 of them, in addition to the 3 that's out, gonna be gone. Or possibility of being gone. That's really heartbreaking to hear that, you know, and we the entity we're trying to have the next generation come in. I mean, no, we just open up Pandora's box, we're going to be laughed at, you know. It's sad to hear, man. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So what's the reason for only some, what you said, you have 26, 19? What's the reason for some and not all?
So cohort 2 is the set that is transitioning out. Cohort 2 started in 2022. Cohort 3 will be the ones that are remaining. They started in 2023, and we're getting ready to do a new cohort. And interviews are set for a new cohort.
We just start out with these things, with this high, and then just flatline on them. I just don't understand it. Your fringe benefits, you have a 43% increase here on your associated fringe as well. You saw that?
Yes.
What's the reason?
That would be tied again to the breakdown of how the employees, what kind of plan they have. Again, it's tied to
43% more as opposed to 4%? That number seems... Remember, you have a 4% increase on the personnel side, and then you have a 43% on the fringe side. So that needs to be revisited. So we need for y'all to send that back to us, so we could be clear on that. And then you have a 155% increase under your supplies. What's the reason for that?
I will ask Ms. Stokes-Smith to
Supplies, yeah.
elaborate.
Yeah, last fiscal year we appropriated 140 plus, I guess some of that money was under the GVI fellows. So as they roll it up, is 100, and that's another thing. We're really gonna ask Ms. Woods that you really take some time to look at the presentation of the 2025 budget. Everything was rolled up, special fund. It's just a lot of confusion. And imagine I'm having a conversation with you, and it's confusing to you as well. So just think about the other departments and agencies. If we have a miscellaneous section, then it needs to be down in the miscellaneous section. What happened is, as we look at the budget, everything was rolled up. Like you said, GVI Fellows is a special line item that roll up into your overall budget. You understand? We can't present the budget like that. It's creating an issue for us. Because I realized it after what you were trying to explain to me, how it broken out. So the fact that you have to explain it to me means that the presentation of that budget book is an issue. We gotta look at that the miscellaneous is to be treated as miscellaneous, not as you're operating your overall budget. You see?
I understand. I understand what you're stating. So it's presentation, because while it is a miscellaneous item, it does not fall under the budget category for miscellaneous. So it will roll into its respective budget category. But I do understand for clarity to show the operational budget versus the miscellaneous budget and the breakdown separately. So understood.
There's one thing that I know with you that you get it. So you just said something very important to me. So the total org is what you're referencing. So when we present the budget, we include it as part of the total org. So that's why it's rolled up. So you have to give us recommendations. Should we not include it as a total org so we don't find ourselves in this situation? You see what I'm saying?
Understood.
Yeah. So is it that we need to give it M, whatever those are called, those miscellaneous numbers or something, so we don't have this discourse? Because then it's very hard to track it when you're rolling up the numbers later. So I see what you're saying.
I would say it warrants a conversation so that we can view the best practice moving forward.
Got it. So now I understand why it looks the way it looks, because of how it's presented. It's under the department. You are 210. 210 is
Correct.
your org. So it rolls everything roll up under that 210 number. So if it's something that we need to pull out, so we could differentiate, then we need to have the discussion about how you would like for that to look in the future, so it creates no issue for us on this side as well as the executive branch. Okay? So I could see how we could work that through. So going back to your supplies, you have a increase again, no, the decrease of 254, or your supplies, I think, there's an increase there of 155%. What's the reason for that?
Good morning, Carolyn Stokes-Smith, Associate Director of Administration. We did reduce the costs under other services because some of our repairs and maintenance professional services weren't needed in 25, and we shifted that to supplies because as we bring on more staff, we do have 3 office locations that we're managing right now. Supply consumption had increased.
So I plan to take a hit and nothing in OMB? Everybody else must take a hit? Well, my piece. Okay, your utility. So let's talk about your utility expenses. So you have I don't think this may be a little issue here. So your utilities for FY24 was 75,000, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So you have a $25,000 increase. So tell us, what's your current utility bills? What are you projecting to pay out in FY, that'll be 24, in utilities under the general fund? And if you don't have it, it's fine. You could get back to us on it. Okay, because I'm seeing the other agencies are here already. So we need to get up from you as well what you're projecting to pay out in utilities for FY24. Because a $25,000 increase seems a lot. And you're asking for, we gave $1.5 million in the GVI Fellows Program. What's the hard number for fiscal year 25?
Fiscal year 2025, the hard $1,153,601.56.
And why are we increasing the program if we are now cutting people off?
So in actuality, our initial ask for fiscal year 2024 was 2.3 million, if I'm not mistaken, and it was reduced in budget wrap-up. We have exceeded the $1.5 million, so we've realized that it was not a realistic budget to run the program.
So where are y'all going to get the additional funds from when, I mean, some departments that came down here, y'all reduced their budget by 2 million, some 3 million. I mean, how are we balancing this? I am having a really hard time having this conversation with this one. How? I mean, how are we balancing this? Ms. Woods, help me out here.
So,
Yeah.
we'll look into.
Yeah, please.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, we've reduced these budgets significantly. We have our wants, but we have to be also fair across the board with what we're asking for when we have revenue generating. I think one of my colleagues mentioned it. We have revenue generating entities that have take a hit of $2-3 million. That's the recommended hit. All right, colleagues. I think I've exhausted my questions around the actual budget. So, Ms. Woods, you all have some information to get back to us, and we'll have another conversation with y'all because we need to really understand the OMB's budget. But the one thing that we didn't ask about is the salary, the category that has the salary increases for the unions. I saw it somewhere here under miscellaneous appropriation, union wage adjustment. So we appropriated 8.3 million in fiscal year 24. And to date, we are seeing 1.9 million. What's this? How much do we intend to expend in fiscal year 24 with these union negotiations, and what are the projections for union negotiations in FY 25?
We will continue negotiations in fiscal year 2025. Sorry, we will continue to negotiate for unions in fiscal year 2025. As to how far we have gotten in fiscal year 2024, I am not sure. But that line, if union negotiations are not closed by the end of this fiscal year, we will not recognize all of the 8.3 million that was appropriated for fiscal year 2024.
Okay, so I guess when we do the exit meeting, you'll be in a better position to discuss it, but that is very important information to help us to determine the way forward for 25. And then you also have, there are some miscellaneous appropriations that sit under your OMB. A couple of them, very well. How do you have the conversation with these entities about submitting their paperwork for these government-related grants?
I'll divert that question to Ms. Stokes-Smith.
Okay.
Carolyn Stokes-Smith, Associate Director, Administration. For those nonprofit organizations that have not received their allotments, because we don't have any contact information, usually it's word of mouth. If you know someone, have them call our office so that we can share the guidelines for them to submit their documentation.
These are not new. You know, when I look at them, the ones that are still outstanding, these are folks that y'all have dealt with before.
So, okay, like,
Yeah.
for example, Society 340, I've personally reached out to her several times, and we're still awaiting the documentation.
Okay, so you have some that you've reached out to, but I was making reference to the ones that you're saying that you don't have the contact information. But when I look at these, they're not new.
Mango Tree Riders is new.
Okay, that one might be new. But for the most part, so basically what you're saying is that those that you've dealt with before, you've reached out to them.
Correct.
Got it. That's what I'm trying to make sure that we clearly get that, and we know that based on our revenues that we're going to have to look at this a little closer this year coming up, because we just ain't seeing the numbers. We pray that when the exit budget meeting comes, that we'll be able to have a more warm feeling about where these numbers are going. So, colleagues, I've tried to tie in all of the numbers so we could figure out how we're going to deal with OMB. But do you have any burning questions before we wrap up? Senator Blyden, I'm not sure if you're still with us. I know you're attending another meeting, but if you are, if you have a burning question. Senator DeGraff. You have a burning question? No. Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Acting Director, in regards to the structural deficit, and we've seen where there's some measures that have come down, remain until expended, and different areas. Is there any recommendation being made in terms of legislation that may be required to address this type of issue?
Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
In regards to the structural deficit that we're up against, and we continue to see where there's measures that's being passed or remain and expended. Remain until expended in some of the budget requests. Is there an opportunity or do you have a recommendation that is? Well, let me ask you the question: do you believe that legislation that allow for budget items to remain until expended, is that a challenge for you?
Yes, it is. So the recommendation for OMB is that budgets, when they come down, they are not made available until expended.
So how do we reconcile the issue that a lot of times there's like last minute release of certain allotments that goes to the various agencies? Do you believe that the remain until expended should have a definitive time period versus just remain until expended?
So currently, if I'm not mistaken, the remain available until expended only lasts 5 fiscal years. It is not indefinite based on.
But even with 5 fiscal years, that's a long time.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it is a recommendation that they are not made available until expended. In some instances, I do understand because something may come down close to the end of the fiscal year, but instead of making it available until expended, an actual date, let's say an additional 6-month time frame can be recommended. Perfect example, if a bill was to pass today, we know the fiscal year ends September 30th, but if you put until December 31st or March 31st of the following year, it gives them the availability. While it does cross fiscal year, it still gives that short period for execution.
What about the trigger? Does that trigger you to at least be able to fund that request within a timely fashion? Because that's what the challenge really is. A lot of times it's the last minute that is done.
Correct. Then it will be brought to attention that we need to consider that within the revenue projection.
Okay. And do you see an opportunity for us to correct or change up the activity centers? Based on your budget right now, I think that some of these activity centers have been around from Thy Kingdom Come. Is there an opportunity, or are you taking a look at these activity areas and perhaps trying to tighten those areas up?
Activity centers, I know the performance unit has worked timely with departments and agencies to ensure that the activity centers that are created are in line with their execution and purpose. So I would say the performance unit has been doing an efficient job in ensuring that there are no unnecessary activity centers.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So let's go back to the conversation about the release of funds. This is an example, and this is a real-life example this fiscal year. So the Department of Human Services needs a generator. We appropriated for Hobart Grigg, I think it was $87,000. They have not been able to purchase that generator for that home because the funding is released. This is a special appropriation. The funding has been released in, I don't know how to release them, monthly, quarterly, whatever that is. So portions is the word. How are they going to buy the generator all of the appropriations are not created equal. So we have to look at the appropriation to determine how those funds are released. We can't release the purchase of a generator in several
Several allotments. I understand what you're saying.
We have to release it based on the fact that this is a capital program, a capital item that this department need to purchase. They got to do a contract or whatever it is, a PO. I don't know, whatever it is they have to do. So guess what? We don't have the generator for Hobart Grigg.
So
are we in the middle of the hurricane season?
So what I will say is when department and agencies identify special needs, the Office of Management and Budget does consider those special requests. So in that instance, had a request came in and stated, this is a dire need, we need this right now, the Office of Management and Budget would have released the entire fund so that that department and agency could execute.
I would like you to check that, because when we spoke with them, they shared with us that they wrote the letter for the release of those funds. There must be some collaboration going on to make sure that we are meeting the needs of these types of agencies. So that's something that you could actually look at, okay? So that's the concern. So that's why the fiscal year is about to end. The generator in purchase, all the money in release, it probably going to get released. It probably part of this whole cut conversation. They need a generator, please. They do. Okay, and are there any discussions about appropriation transfers?
No, we will not be submitting appropriation transfers for fiscal year 2024.
All right. So just know that this and the legislation that was passed recently, we will be bringing you back down to discuss yourself, as I guess the financial team, but more so yourself and the Commissioner of Finance, because we really want to have a good handle on exactly what's happening within the finances of this government and whether or not we're on the right track and what direction we're going in. So that's very, very important to us that we really have a handle on it. That information is very necessary. So we want to see, and I guess we're going to do it in September because we want to allow the property taxes to be collected. That's August, right? So we're looking towards September on it. And I didn't check today, but do you know whether or not the revenues, I could check now, DOF.gov. So one of our pet peeves here, and this one I could speak to my colleagues on, I can't speak to them on everything, but this one is the revenue reports. We are in July, June, July. And the last revenue report that was updated on the general fund side was May. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what the truth is around here. It can't be May. And this was actually updated when the financial team was coming here. So we're going to call McCarty to find out exactly what is his challenge with providing updated fund revenue reports, because that does not help us to make decisions. May, June come again. I mean, today's literally the end of July. Still no June report. So then when are we going to see the July report? Okay, so are you the lead of the financial team?
I am not.
Who is?
I do not think we have identified.
So the government has not identified a lead of the financial team with the exit of Director O'Neill?
I do not like to assume, and
you don't have any information.
So I'm assuming that Mr. McCurdy is going to take over as the lead. I don't like to assume.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. If that information didn't come to you, don't put it on the record. It's fine. Okay, I wouldn't place you in that position. But it just goes back to all that I said earlier as to the concerns that we have, the fact that we ain't seen no updated. I just got a text or an email that says, hey, they want to know what's going on with the retro. The question is, and I don't usually do this, but I have to. Any update on the retroactive? And just for context, in fiscal year 23, we appropriated $25 million for retro payments to government employees for previous years. The governor's office sent down the request. As a chair, I was concerned that I did not see the revenues. So I said to the director of OMB at the time, we need assurances. Please provide a letter supporting the 25 million. The letter came saying that the 25 million would come from the ARPA dollars, and then everything went south after that. Are there any discussions around the payout of the retroactive funds that was appropriated in FY23 for the government employees and their previous employees as well? And if you don't know, say you don't know.
The Office of Management and Budget has not released the $25 million that has been appropriated for fiscal year 2024. I cannot speak to the payment of the retro.
To 23.
I cannot speak to the remaining payment that was appropriated in fiscal year 2023.
Senator Francis Jr., your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My point of information is just I communicated with the governor this morning after seeing the release of the $5 million for the income tax refund in respect to the retroactive payments, and asking that some consideration be made if we can't do all of it at once, at least that there could be a partial disbursement of the amount, because I've been getting a number of concerns, as you have gotten as well by text. So I'm hoping that he said the matter will be considered. He do have something that he's working on to be able to address the retroactive payment. So I just wanted to be transparent and full disclosure that at some point we should be able to hear something in regards to that payment. But I'm advocating that if we can't pay all, at least some is better than none at this point.
Pay all.
Thanks.
Pay all. They have the ARPA money. Pay all of the money. We already made the commitment. We passed the legislation. They need to give and I don't benefit from it. I don't get a dime. But pay all. Give the people the money. It's time. Miss Woods, you know you're my sister. You got your hands full. You do. I don't see anyone else here that, Senator DeGraff, Senator Francis. So I don't know if you have anyone on Teams. We're going to allow you to close. We will have as normal, let me just share with you, as normal, we would have a conversation with OMB around all the things that are kind of ticklish with the, not only with the your department, but with the overall government. So we will have a sidebar with you outside of this discussion, but we have some real challenges and concerns as to how we are going to build, honestly, how we're going to build the FY25 budget. We're praying that the projects, the disaster-related projects come online, but the other concern that we have to have is, as these projects come online, they're not going to last forever. So funding, we have to figure out how do we generate the revenues to ensure that we are able to maintain, or sustain is the word, as we build our budgets in the future. I don't know if you listened to the meeting that we had with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, but there was a discussion about the fact that we have $100 million in property taxes that remain outstanding. So that's why it's so important for us to know who's heading the financial team, what are those decisions that are being made, so we could know that there's work that's being done behind the scenes. We cannot have inaction, because then it makes it difficult to build a budget and to accommodate all the needs that are required of us as a government to serve our community. We're going to allow you a 30-second close, and as I said, we'll ask you the additional, anything that we need to know at a later time. You may close.
Thank you again to this body for giving me the opportunity to come to present the and defend the operating budget for the Office of Management and Budget. I want to thank the OMB team once again for their hard work and dedication towards meeting our mandates and, of course, support. I want to apologize to Cohort 3 fellows. I failed to invite them to be introduced for today's hearing, but you will have your opportunity to be noticed. But thank you again.
Oh, they can come for the closeout.
That's the plan.
But I'm still not warm and fuzzy about the fact that cohort 2I dropped them like a hot potato. That's very unkind. Not that you have anything to do with it, but now that you're here, you got to take some of the blows, right? Anyway, we see that we have the other testifiers that are eagerly waiting for their turn for their to defend their budget. So we're going to take it's 11:36. We're going to resume at noon. I think you're saying something to me.
Yes.
Go ahead. You may go ahead. Go ahead.
One moment. Miss Amy would like to correct the record.
Sure.
Yes, the 2021 single audit that you asked, when it was completed, it was actually in March of 2024.
Oh, so it's just done. Has it been issued?
Yes.
Okay, so can you send a committee, send the 2021 audit back to to this committee so I could disperse it to my colleagues?
Oh.
So that's another ask, okay? All right, and is that the single audit alone, or that's the overall government financial?
The overall complete.
So then the entire audit. So the 2021 is completed, is issued, and you are currently working on the 2022.
Correct.
And when do you intend to finish 22?
It is slated to be completed by the end of August, September.
So this year.
Delayed. Yes.
So this year, so that will put you in a really good place to be caught up. So then you'll be working on 23.
Correct.
Okay, good. That's
the intent.
good. Okay, so again, my recommendation is look at the findings, align them, and begin to make the corrective measures, actions. So you got to hold the departments accountable with those corrections. And of course, finance, I'm sure, has the bulk of the findings. So once you get that done, we should find ourselves in a better place. All right? The committee stands in recess until 12. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Block 2, VI Public Employees Relations Board and VI Labor Management Committee. Invited testifiers are Ms. Perena Jacobs-Velman, Chairperson, VI Public Employees Relations Board, and Ms. Yera Tutine, Executive Director, VI Labor Management Committee. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the Labor Management family as well as the PERB family. Good afternoon. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to ask you to put your names and titles on the record. And we're going to start with Ms. Jacobs. And we're going to go to my right, your left. Put your names on the record. And then we're going to start with the other side. Do you have anyone on St. Croix?
No.
Labor Management? Anyone on St. Croix?
No.
Okay, good. Ms. Jacobs, you may proceed. Your name and title.
My name is Pierina Jacobs Feldman, and I am chairman to the PERB, Public Relations Employees Board.
Jessica Philchance?
No,
Executive
this side.
Director.
This side. My right, your left.
Jira Tutine, Executive Director for the Labor Management Committee.
Okay.
Joseph A. Gums, Acting Co-Chair for Labor, VI Labor Management Committee.
I'm not sure that the mic is on. Please turn on the mic of the testifier. For Ms. Lee. One more time.
Angela Lee?
Closer to the mic, let's see.
Angela
Yeah.
Lee, Administrative Assistant with the VI Labor Management Committee.
All righty. And then, now you could go. Yes.
Jessica Philchance, Executive Director.
Jessica
Philchance,
Philgens.
Executive Director.
All right. And then,
Roderick Williams Bradshaw, Chief Financial Officer.
Okay.
Gwendolyn Stroud, legal counsel.
All right, thank you. So will be providing the testimony for PERB?
I will open it up. The chairman and the executive director, Ms. Filgens, will
Okay,
also.
no problem. And then for labor management?
I will provide a testimony along with Mr. Joseph.
Okay, great. So what we're going to ask is we want to make sure that that you're coming through the media, so you're going to have to come a little closer to the mic, particularly Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Filgens. Okay? So you may proceed.
Good day, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Senators of the 35th Legislature, as well as the viewing and listening audience. My name is Pierina Jacobs Feldman. I am Chair to the Virgin Islands Public Employees Board, Relations Board, also known as the PERB. In addition to myself, I would like to recognize my fellow board members, Mr. Rodney Moorhead, Mr. Frederick Joseph, and Mrs. Annie Day Henry. It should be noted that all board members' terms are expired, although I continue to inquire with individuals of their interest in serving. Unfortunately, no one has responded positively on their willingness to serve. I would also like to take this time to say good afternoon to our board members and staff. Joining me today is our Executive Director, Mrs. Jessica Filgens, our Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Rodalique Williams Bradshaw, and our Legal Counsel, Mrs. Gwendolyn Stroud. To begin, the PERB was established on August 31st, 1980 through the enactment of Act 4440. Now, pursuant to Act 4440, the PERB shall be comprised of 5 members appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature. 2 of the members shall have experience with involvement in labor, 2 shall have experience with involvement in management, and the 5th shall serve as the chairman to the PERB. The Act also requires that not less than 2 members represent the District of St. Croix, and not less than 2 members represent the District of St. Thomas, St. John. Now, through enabling legislation, the PERB has jurisdiction and the authority to handle certain types of cases filed by the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands. Given these laws, the PERB is mandated to function as an impartial administrative agency where the board members serve as fact finders and make decisions about cases based solely on the law, public policy, and precedent. The PERB does not give advice or advocate on behalf of anyone when PERB's decisions are appealed. PERB's legal counsel defends PERB's ruling in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. The mission of the PERB is to provide for an orderly and constructive relationship between public employers and their employees and union representatives in a neutral environment. Now, in review of the PERB's 2025 fiscal year budget projections, our current needs and conditions, we are grateful for the governor's recommended budget in the amount of $1,466,909. However, we are requesting an additional $220,000. The Public Employees Relations Board continues its restructuring and transformation. In the past, former executive directors have served as hearing officers, mediators, and administrators. As we move to improve the function of the agency, our executive director will serve in an administrative role to focus on the vision and mission of the PERB. The executive director will expound on our need for additional funding to support the PERB moving forward. Honorable Chair, it is important to remind this body and those viewing and listening that the Public Employees Relations Board is the only agency that is tasked with addressing and resolving complaints, conflicts, and grievances in labor-related matters directly affecting government employees. The PERB will continue to carry out its duties and responsibilities based on the established policies and protocols despite the challenges we face in our territory. In closing, to our staff, I say thank you for your continued loyalty and dedication to the PERB. while coping with the pressures of adapting to the new normal. Thank you for your time and attendance. You will now hear from Mrs. Filgens.
Thank you, Chairwoman Feldman. Jessica Filgens, Executive Director. Good day, Honorable Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Finance, Senator of the 35th Legislature, Senators of the 35th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Jessica Filgens. I am the Executive Director to the PERB. I join you today to provide additional information in reference to the PERB's fiscal year 2025 budget request. The PERB is comprised of the chairman and 4 board members. 1 position on the board is vacant. In addition to the board, we currently employ 10 staff members, 8 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas. I would like to take the time to recognize the dedicated and hardworking employees of the PERB. Thank you for all you do, team. As a quasi-judicial entity, the PERB staff continue to maintain their certifications and licensures, as well as complete requisite courses on an annual basis to encourage our employees to develop their skills and talents. As part of our restructuring, we presently are assessing departmental training requirements. Post-pandemic, combined with our changing laws as affected the work, employment, policies, procedures, and laws. Therefore, ongoing training and development ensures that the decision makers are aware of these changes and keep in compliance with the rights of the employees. FY 2024 accomplishments. The agency has continued the agreement with Attorney Smock to serve as a hearing officer. 8 board meetings have been conducted. Complete maintenance and upgrade of security access control and alarm system in St. Thomas. The PERB purchased network equipment recommended by BIT to bring the agency in compliance and provide a more secure and robust network environment. The agency has filled 4 positions: legal counsel, chief financial officer, intake administrative officer, and executive director. Caseloads and statistics. Total cases filed to date, 32. Cases closed, 48. Cases pending, 88. Cases pending at Superior Court, 19. Arbitration panels issued, 76, and appeals forwarded to mediation, 2. A breakdown of our 2025 fiscal year budget request is as follows. Personnel services account for a total of $805,020. Fringe benefits total $339,241. Supplies total $26,424. Other services and charges total $279,624. Utilities total $16,600. The Public Employees Relation Board is experiencing a change in structure. In an effort to support these changes to the PERB for fiscal year 2025 and beyond, it is imperative that we request an additional $220,000 to ensure our agency is brought up to par with our sister agencies nationwide. Compared to when the PERB was first organized in 1980, there are indeed more government employees and more unions with which we interact. Therefore, there is a direct need to employ additional personnel. This brings the grand total of what we are requesting to $1,686,909. A breakdown of this amount has been provided. We will share a few of our anticipated plans for fiscal year 2025. We will remain committed to addressing all pending appeals in a timely manner. We expect to hire a part-time attorney in St. Thomas District to reduce and maintain our caseload. We expect to hire an additional court reporter in the St. Croix District. We will create an online docket system to update and provide access to the public on PERB matters. We will continue the network upgrade by purchasing the final equipment recommended by BET. We expect to relaunch our website. In summary, the PERB will continue to meet its statutory duties with its budgetary constraint as it relates to managing its caseloads throughout FY 2025. In closing, the PERB understands the role we play and how the decisions we make affect the lives of the government employees who walk through our doors and seek our assistance on a daily basis. We remain steadfast and committed to bringing resolve and to ensuring that all matters are rectified in a timely manner. We humbly thank you for this opportunity and ask for your approval of our requested budget. We stand ready and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Ms. Tutine. You'll go first?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, and other distinguished members of the Finance Committee of the 35th Legislature. My name is Jita Tutine, the Executive Director of the VI Labor Management Committee, better known as the VI LMC. I am honored to make this presentation to you and to request budget consideration. I would like to recognize Joseph Gums, who will also make a presentation to the Finance Committee. My presentation will provide an overview of the history and the focus of the VILMC of an agency labor management committee. And then I will close with an overview of the VILMC fiscal year 2025 budget recommendation. The VI Labor Management Committee is comprised of 10 members, 5 from labor and 5 from management. Joseph Rensford is a co-chair for management. He's a supervisor at Whopper Water Division. Ronald Tutine, security supervisor at GRS, is also a part of the management committee. Violet Wilkins, supervisor at Fire Emergency Medical Assist Services, and Alcest Lewis Brown, professor at University of the Virgin Islands. Members of the union are Carol Armstrong, co-chair labor of WAPR, Hillary John Baptiste of PNT, Professional and Technical Union of WAPR, Classia Industrious of Bureau of Motor Pool, and Geraldine Walters of VI Nurses Association, and Joseph Gums. This committee functions and administered pursuant to articles of incorporation and bylaws of this nonprofit corporation. The responsibilities of the executive director includes executing recommendations, workshops, and seminar agendas, policies and proposals, and recommendations of the committee. The committee plan of operation has been developed by using the expertise within the Virgin Islands government and the instrumentalities labor organization, the Federal Mediation Council Services, American Arbitration Association, and private sector professionals. The Labor Management Committee is involved in public sector collective bargaining. The LMC was sanctioned to involve the public sector the LMC was sanctioned to seek ways to improve labor and management relationships, generally working relationships and the quality of work life for all employees in the territory of the United States Virgin Islands. Some specific goals of the committee are to develop educational programs designed to improve labor management communications at all levels, to identify and seek to resolve problems and issues that impact the labor management relationship. The historical background, the VILMC is a territory-wide labor management committee which basically promotes and prepares employee involvement in the decision-making with management, addressing the employment environment in the workplace. The concept of the VILMC was brought to the territory in 1982 by the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Services, known as the FMCS, to have labor and management work together to resolve issues in a non-adversarial atmosphere. The FMCS, as it is known, was actively organizing these committees nationally. In 1986, a nonprofit organization was established as the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. The term labor refers to unionized and ununionized employees in the workplace of an agency. In 2023, the FMCS recognized the VILMC as the longest functioning labor management committee internationally. These programs provided by the VILMC are designed to assist the employee in developing the skills and abilities to participate effectively in the agency group dynamic. This is important when developing labor management cooperation, especially where an adversarial relationship existed before. The VILMC recognized that the experience and skills of employees are key ingredients in solving workplace problems and in dealing efficiently with the delivery of services. Furthermore, workplace employees also would like to be consulted on decisions before they are made. The focus of the VILMC is the development of an agency labor management committee to provide engagement between labor and management in addressing and recommending resolutions to workplace issues and problems, issues not directly related to the collective bargaining agreement, but impacts the workplace. Significant changes and needs arise when there is a change in government administration, trained personnel retired or shift in or out of agencies. As new agency heads, managers, and supervisors are appointed, all of the changes impact the labor and management relationships within the agencies. The VILMC is prepared to provide dispute resolution services in grievance mediation, facilitation of agency problems and issues to address these concerns. We provide training activities on any agency basis which will allow for team building that can enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the agency. Cooperation between labor and management in the workplace can be a powerful force to increase the efficiency of government when it is applied and practiced consistently in each agency. The budget request will support the VILMC program to provide in-house workshops for supervisors, stewards for agencies. The increased communication between labor and management will lead to a better relationship and the value contribution of offering constructive suggestions and solutions to mutual problems. Our budget request for fiscal year 2025, the following provides our formal request of $200,000 breakdown. $122,000 covers personnel, which includes 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. $10,000 covers fringe benefits, which covers Social Security and Medicare. $5,000 to covers the cost of office supplies. $63,000 will cover other services and charges. This amount includes professional services for workshops, network, and communication, rental costs of office space, cost of utilities, and cost of inter-island travel. Honorable Senator, on behalf of the VI Labor Management Committee, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present our budget request to the Finance Committee. I would like to turn it over to Mr. Gums to present our accomplishments for 2024 and our goals for 2025.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, other honorable senators, distinguished testifiers, colleagues, members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Joseph A. Gums, Acting Co-Chair of the Labor Management Committee. It is with the utmost respect and the will to further the cause of labor and management that I accept this invitation to testify before your committee today. In order to save your valuable time, I will stop my testimony after the operations and goals and objectives. That will be on page 12. But I'll be willing to answer any questions you may have in regards to my written testimony. The VI Labor Management Committee goals for fiscal year 2025. While the VI LMC fiscal year 2025 goals and objectives are consistent with previous years, it is with updates and additional ideas and new approaches. There will be new programs offered, and the existing programs are being updated and revised. The VI LMC has been reaching out to the unions and agencies to garner information of their needs and are able to create programs to suit. The programs offered are designated to address the issues and prevent problems that arise in the workplace of the agencies. These services include the implementation and reformation of agency labor management committees, offer beneficial tools that are continually needed to create and sustain healthy labor management communication. We look forward to reforming LMCs and retraining the agency staff. The VI LMC will continue to provide workshops and training to assist in the building of foundation of skills and knowledge of labor, management, unions, and other interested parties that help in resolving issues effectively, efficiently from within their AMCs. As such, in collaboration with the Public Employees Relation Board, the following programs will be available during fiscal year 2025. Establish and reorganizing an agency labor management committees. As per the collective bargaining agreements of the VI government, each agency is to organize a LMC. Introduction of agency labor management committee. The administrative hearing process. Management employees' rights and responsibilities. Customer care skills. Critical thinking and problem solving in customer service. Dealing with difficult customers. The power of empathy. The cultural diversity in the Virgin Islands workplace. Artificial intelligence in the workplace. These are new things that we're introducing. Contract administration. Shop steward's guide to grievance preparation and investigation. Handling of grievances. Employee-supervisor relationship. Supervisor-shop steward relationship. Managing conflict for managers. Improving the labor management relationship. Dealing effectively with unacceptable behavior. Managing conflict for supervisors. Legal updates, panels consisting of union leaders and labor relations. The VI LMC has increased its communication with the agencies and unions to establish how we can be of service. We can tailor our programs to fit the needs and calendar to offer training and make them aware that the VI LMC can assist with their elections and other meeting space. The committee will continue to provide training for our staff and our presenters that would allow us to provide current information and workshops and training. We are also committed to continually revise and update our workshops and training to stay current and be prepared to provide a quality service to our labor management community. This committee will offer several programs via Zoom to save time and money. Although Zoom is an available option for several programs, the preferred option is more often in-person programs, as it affords more favorable results because they allow and encourage interaction, cooperation, and collaboration. The VILMC is committed to collaborating with the Central Labor Council, Department of Labor, and unions to plan a labor relations conference to recreate the relationships that existed in years past. We are continually seeking affordable office space with larger conference rooms that can be more accommodating and provide savings. A larger conference room will eliminate the need to rent larger venues and will allow the unions with larger memberships to utilize the meeting space. VI Labor Management Committee's operations, goals, and objectives. Goal number 1, establishing and maintaining fulfilling healthy work environments and government agencies that assist in creating opportunities for employees' contribution and decision-making. Goal 2, to develop programs designed to improve the communication and productivity and offer continuing education on labor management relations for labor and management. Goal 3, to facilitate in identifying and seeking to resolve problems and issues that affect the agency labor management relationships. Goal 4, monthly newsletters called The Motivator are established and disseminated to individuals within the agencies. It is aimed at focusing attention on labor management relationships in the public sector. Senators, on behalf of the VI Labor Management Committee, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present our accomplishments for fiscal year 2024 and goals for fiscal year 2025. At this time, Mrs. Tutine and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimonies. And we are going to get right into it. Colleagues, usually I would get consensus on how many minutes. So we're going to go to 5 minutes. It's actually 2 agencies, so small agencies, but I think 5 minutes is appropriate. If we need extra time, that's not an issue. So we'll go to 5 minutes. Not sure if Senator Blyden is still with us. I have to check. Senator Blyden, are you still here with us on Teams? Okay, don't seem that way. All right, so I'm going to go straight to Senator DeGraff. Oh, he is here. Yeah. Let's give him a second to get in. Senator Blyden? I think I'm seeing him. No? All right, we'll go to the next senator, and then we could come back. Okay, we'll go to the next senator, and then we'll come back to him. Just give us a second, Senator Blyden. Seems like you're having some technical difficulties, so we're going to go to Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I'd like to start off with personnel first. PERB, how much personnel you have?
We have 10.
10. Any wage increases for them in 24?
No, we have not.
No. Any in 25?
We are working on it still.
Are you working on it?
Yes, we have to actually collaborate with the board.
Yeah. Talk into the mic, please.
Oh, sorry. Okay. We're working with the board to come to the final decision on it. All of us are kind of new in this position, so
Okay.
we haven't had time to get to that.
So right now, if you don't get it in, and you decide after how you intend to do that, because
If we don't get it in,
the budget that you have for 25,
right?
if you don't get those wage increases in, then you don't get it in 25. That's what you're saying?
Basically, yes.
So how soon do you think you'll be having that information?
We should be able to have it within, what is your next board meeting?
September.
By September.
September is too late.
Okay.
Look, I'm saying the budget ends in September 30. 30th, the budget ends in 24, so we need to build the gate in.
Okay.
So I don't know how new you are. If you could reach out to maybe other agencies for assistance.
We can make it happen.
Okay. Where is PERB located? St. Thomas, St. Croix?
We have St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Right.
Niski Center, St. Thomas, Chandler's Wharf, St. Croix.
And any funding need for infrastructure, capital outlay?
Say that again?
Any funding need for maintenance or build outs or anything?
Well, the funding needed for maintenance right now is for equipment more than the building itself. We do need furniture also for new employees and for areas, waiting areas for persons that come in for their cases. The furniture is terrible.
Okay, so okay, let me go to LMC first. I want to keep going since I got 5 minutes. LMC, good day. Any wage increases or how much employees you have?
2.
2 and you?
Right. Well, 1 and my assistant, Ms. Lee. That's
Okay.
right here.
Any wage increases? Any of you receive wage increases?
Ms. Lee will receive wage increases for fiscal year 2025.
For the 25 budget, so none before?
No.
Okay.
She just started, so we're giving her an increase in 2025.
So have you received any wage increases?
Not since 2018.
2018?
Okay.
Yeah.
And we in 2024, my calculation, that's too long. Okay, so we gotta look at, you're governed by a board, right?
Yes, the committee.
So the board ain't put in for you to get a wage increase?
No, we have not spoke about that.
Okay, we gotta have that conversation. Now, in regards to the infrastructure, where you located on St. Thomas and St. Croix?
We're located in Niski Center
Mm-hmm.
in Suites 740B.
And St. Croix?
We don't have an office in
You have
St.
an
Croix.
office? Okay, so any capital outlay, you need any funding for any request for that?
Right now, no, we don't.
Okay, because I think both of your entities requested an increase.
Mm-hmm.
200,000 it was?
Yes, we requested 200,000.
And also
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you could give me a breakdown of your 200,000, what your 200,000 is for, and PERB, what your 200,000 is for.
My 200,000 breakdown is as follows. Give me 1 second. 122,000 covers personnel, which is 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee that's a custodian worker. And then we have 10,000 for fringe benefits, which covers Social Security and Medicaid only. 5,000 covers office supplies, and 63,000 covers other services, which include workshops, networking, communications, rent, travel, inter-island.
Okay, and for PERB, what is your 200,000
name?
breakdown to?
Roderick Williams, Bradshaw, Chief Financial Officer.
Wait, excuse me 1 second. Utilities, what do you pay for utilities?
It is included in the rent.
In the rent, okay.
Yeah.
1 minute.
PERB?
Our $220,000 is $115,000 in personnel for a court reporter in St. Croix and a part-time attorney in St. Thomas. Fringe benefits of $53,089. Supplies of $21,000, which includes new uniforms for 12 employees.
30 seconds.
And a firewall upgrade. And other services of $30,911, which is a contracted hearing officer.
Okay. Excuse me. I think in LMC you said in your fringe only covers Social Security and Medicaid?
Medicaid.
Okay, so you don't have GRS and all
No, we don't.
PERB, your entities, what are your fringe cover?
Time.
The fringe covers retirement, FICA, Medicare, and health insurance.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, Labor Management Committee, Ms. Tutain, you said y'all don't have GRS?
No, we don't.
Why?
We're technically a nonprofit organization.
But you fall under the GVA, right?
Huh?
You fall under the government of the Virgin Islands.
Not really.
So you are separate via Labor Management Committee, but we fund you.
Yes.
Do you get any other funding from anywhere else?
No, we don't. Not since 2008, I believe, before I started.
And what about insurance?
We do not have insurance. We used to have insurance, but that was taken away when our funds got cut. I think that was back in the young time.
So how do y'all feel, Board Member Gums? You have 2 employees.
He actually,
Let me finish my thought on this. So you have 2 employees. They're not on the government employees retirement system, and they don't have insurance. What's the board's position on this? I mean, I have to look at the before I drill down too far into this. So is there any statute? Is there a Virgin Islands statute that created the Labor Management Committee?
Yes, Act 4440.
Okay. I have to look at that a little closer. I have not really looked at that until Senator DeGraff asked that question. So there's statute that creates the VI Labor Management Committee.
Correct.
So what paperwork do you have in place that causes you to be a nonprofit? You have a paperwork that says you're a nonprofit? 501c3?
No, I think we have the article. I don't know if the articles are incorporation.
So do you file every year with the Lieutenant Governor's office?
We file Lieutenant Governor office, no.
So where's your nonprofit status documentation?
No.
Yeah. We gotta look at the law. We're gonna ask our, I think I wanna ask legal counsel to come up on the floor. Please, legal counsel, come up on the floor. You don't have to come right now, but take some time out to look at the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee, because we really need to understand whether or not we're doing right by this particular entity. I would be the last person that would want to be in a situation where we are not providing you what is duly yours as far as government employees retirement system and insurance. Okay, so we're going to put in a call to legal counsel to make sure they come on the floor. Okay, so we probably have the information in our post-audit report, but we need to understand exactly what's going on here. Now, PERB, caseload statistics. So I'm looking at your page 14 and your caseload stats And you have the total number of cases filed to date. So I suspect that
Yes.
is for fiscal year 2024, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
So that's your 24 cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Gwendolyn Stroud, legal counsel. Do you want to break down by
No.
just the
Just stay
total?
with me. The total number of cases filed to date is 32 for fiscal year 2024, correct?
Correct.
And then you have cases closed. So those cases were closed in this fiscal year 2024.
That is correct.
Okay, and you have cases pending. So those cases pending are 88. Those cases stem from how far back? The 88 cases.
Back to 2019, and there's some really older ones. If you just give me a moment, I can tell
Okay, you could get back to me on that. Similarly, so with the cases pending at the Superior Court. And the arbitration panel issues is 76. Once they're pushed out to arbitration, is there a mechanism internally that you follow up on with the agencies?
There are none, no.
No.
Once it's pushed back to arbitration, it's resolved with the arbitrator. If we refer a case to arbitration and there's an impasse, we note that and then we follow up on it to get a resolution. Sometimes it requires us having an additional hearing.
76 cases, that's a lot of cases that are arbitration, and I guess my concern is how long have those cases been at arbitration? And I know the fact that you have to pay the arbitrator, so that expense goes back to the department, correct, or the agency?
It would depend. If the parties request arbitration, we will refer it to arbitration, and we don't, and we give them a panel of arbitrators, and then we do bear the cost. But if they don't, actually, they will bear the cost if they pick their own
Arbitrator.
mediator. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move on from that for now, but I'm just very concerned about some of these numbers. I mean, honestly, the numbers have reduced significantly based on what we've seen in the previous years as far as your cases pending and your cases before the Superior Court. I'm going to go to the next senator, Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to Ms. Feldman from the Virgin Islands Public Employee Relations Board and Ms. Tutine from the VA Labor Management Committee, and thank you so much for your testimonies. And Madam Chair, that's exactly where I was going in respect to PERB with my line of questioning, but since you went there, I'm going to go to Labor Management Committee in respect to assisting PERB with driving down the amount of cases that comes to them on a regular basis. So let me ask Ms. Tutine, good afternoon.
Good
Let me
afternoon.
ask you in respect to Labor Management Committee. I know in respect to your duties and responsibilities, you're supposed to bring forth programs, lectures, seminars, outreach, etc. So can you speak to what type of programs you have in terms of educating your people in respect to what their responsibilities are?
Can you rephrase your question? Repeat your
In
question.
respect to the different areas spoke to programs, lectures, seminars, outreach, publications, what have you done, say this last fiscal year in respect to what type of programs do you have that you have brought out or laid out in terms of educating your members?
Well, this year for the members, some of us attended the LIRA conference in New York, which was a plethora of different trainings. I think it's next February, some will be attending the labor law arbitration conference also.
And as a result of those trainings, what have you brought back to the management committee in respect to helping you to enhance your product?
Well, we take what we learn from those trainings and implement them in some of our trainings, updating our training programs where it's needed, that fits each agency when they ask for a training.
And what about outreach? What have you done in respect to outreach?
Well, for this fiscal year, we have been sending out, I would say, publication or letters every quarter to, when we provide a program, like in March, we had the FMCS mediators came down and we had 2 sessions, one in St. Thomas and one in St. Croix. And locally, we did in-house training with the BMV also.
Let me ask you, in respect to your goals and objectives for 2025, you stated that you have new approaches and additional ideas. Can you speak to, name one new idea that you have and one new approach that you want to implement?
We have the artificial intelligence workshop that will be coming up real soon. And customer service care skills is another topic that we are coming out with. Cultural diversity in the workplace is another one.
And what would that look like? Expand on that for me, please.
Cultural diversity. Cultural diversity, it entails where it gives you a history of how, which is the ethics of your work, of each person in the workplace, how to deal with different persons.
From different backgrounds.
Backgrounds, that's what I'm looking for, sorry.
30 seconds.
And what would you say is the morale at the agency?
The morale at the agency is high. We're motivated. We're eager to get out there and interact with the different agencies, also with the different unions. We make ourselves available for those who have questions and need advice to make improvements in the agency or even within the labor organizations based on our expansive experience.
And in closing, Madam Chair, as a result of all you do, have you seen an improvement with the different agencies in terms of your efforts and your work?
Most definitely. We see improvements. We just need more involvement, especially on the behalf of management. Before, Governor DeYoung used to give us support when it came to the different agencies and government. But we find now that we're more getting feedback and participation from labor than we do from management. So we will hope that when you bring these different agencies in front of you, that you could encourage the different department heads to work with their LMCs so we can improve the relationships.
And now that you said that, how do you plan to bridge the gap then between management and the workplace? How do you plan to bridge that gap?
Well, we're trying to bring management in to get more participation and involvement. That's the key.
We do.
How?
We plan on going in-house, having a meeting with the upper heads to get them more involved.
Well, let's make that plan come to fruition. The sooner the better. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Did you want an opportunity to ask any questions of the Public Employees Relations Board? Because you can. It's totally up to you.
That's okay, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so let me ask just very quickly, under the VA Labor Management Committee, how do you choose your committee members?
We asked the union presidents to select someone that best fits the positions.
Okay, so it's basically through the union president?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the PERB family and also the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee group. Thank you for your testimony. So before I go into some of the numbers here, one of the questions I have is what are the key objectives for PERB and FY25, and how does the agency plans to achieve these objectives within your budget constraints?
Okay. Okay, our key objective, well, we accomplished one of them. We had a personnel shortage. It was recruiting, so we're well on our way with recruiting personnel. Caseload management, we did hire a legal counsel, and she's hit the ground running, and she's done an excellent job, as you can see from some of the numbers. We also want to provide like the personnel with a team building retreat. Since most of us are new, we want to bring the team together. We also need to get our equipment up to par, especially the network and collaboration equipment, so that we could accommodate different types of communication.
So within your budget, you mentioned equipment up to par. Within the budget, did you submit it for that to be able to upgrade your equipment? Because I see there's nothing for capital projects, so I'm not sure if you included that in other services or in supplies.
Okay, as listening to the earlier testimony, I realized from the agency before us that we would have to put it in under capital outlay for the upgrade of the conferencing equipment.
And do you have a budget for that? What would be the cost of that? Have you already
I have an estimate, but we can really get you a better figure later on. We can provide that.
Okay. So in other services and charges, this is also for PERB, you're asking for an increase, not much, so it's $279,624. It's the total amount that you're projecting for FY25. For other services and charges, what are your actuals for FY24? Where are you now?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, our actuals for other services and charges, you said?
Yes, for that category. And then I guess, well, you'll seek that information. I'm curious, even though it's a very small figure amount, but I see you receive revenues for a lease. What category do you place that in?
Rental of the,
You're referring to the revenue that we receive for the rental of a
Space.
storage space for OCB?
Correct.
Oh, Roderick Williams, Bradshaw, CFO. And you said what category we place it in?
Yeah, so it comes in, so it's revenues that come in. What do you do with that money?
It's placed into a bank account.
Okay. How much you have in that account? And how is that dispersed? What do you use that funding for?
it's used for hearings, for the hearings.
In the bank account currently is $5,080.27.
$5,080.20. When you say use it for the hearing, can you please elaborate?
We're hearing.
And I'm still waiting on my question previous to this.
Not for necessarily that. Huh? You go ahead.
1 minute.
Okay, well,
My time is
when hearings are conducted, we have to provide lunch for the personnel that are conducting the hearings. We have to provide water, snacks, different things. So that goes towards that. As well as sometimes it will go towards payment for stenographers. In a case like this year, we had some challenges where we had to use monies from those accounts.
30 seconds.
You said you had to use money from those accounts
From
this
that
year
account
because of what?
to supplement because things weren't paid when we needed it.
You mean the money wasn't allotted through finance? What was the issue?
It was allotted, but there things were not being paid by finance, so we had to use that as an alternate for some things that we normally don't.
Time.
So what's the policy and procedures with regards to using that type of funding? You have free access to it. What's the process for that? You guys then have a generating account. Do you do your own checks from that account?
The policy for that is to help PERB progress with any types of cases or anything that pertains to the PERB. It cannot be used outside of things that would not help the PERB.
Is it registered within this budget as an income coming in, revenue generating, and where can I identify within the budget?
I will have to look it up. I don't have that information right now. I can provide it at a later date. I don't know how it was
And
used in the past.
Your accountant person is not there with you?
The panel that you see before you, they have been with the PERB, except for the executive director, and she has been promoted to executive director a month ago. But she's been actively working as the executive director for the past 7-8 months. We have not had a CFO for about 10 months. She's been on board for about 2 to 3 weeks now. And so has our attorney, has been on board for about, for 3 months. 3 months. So the panel is relatively new. So we give us a little opportunity to, fall into what would be normally, a little easier for us to locate certain information that you require of us.
Lastly, Madam Chair, I just would like to ask, is PERB and the same thing for the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee? Are you guys audited? Do you do any internal audit or a third-party audit? And what are the findings in your most recent audit?
I have not seen any on record at this particular time.
We haven't been audited, as far as I know, since I've been on the board.
Okay, well, that might be something the board members need to look into. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Seems like it's a little slush with that account, so we'd like to have more information. And if there's any other accounts that we're not aware of, you could submit that information and the balance in those accounts through the chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, just to follow on Senator Carrion's question, you have other bank accounts?
No.
Okay, so that's it. That's the bank account that have $5,080.
Yes, sure.
All right, so I don't recall whether or not you have, are you aware that the recommendation that came down from the office of, in the 2025 budget reduces your budget request?
Reduces the budget request that we have now? Or
Yeah,
reduces what they
your
give it?
budget over last fiscal year. So, last fiscal year, your budget, 2024, we appropriated $1,483,009. And the recommendation coming down from the office of the executive budget, rather, is $1,466,909.
Yes, we're aware.
Okay, how does that impact your, the category is your supplies category and your other services. So tell us what's inside of your, how much are you requesting in other services? I think it's, how much are you requesting in other services?
202. The 202?
220.
220.
220?
Yes. Senator.
Wait, in other services or in other, in?
No, part of it is for
gotta be
supplies. It's broken into supplies.
So your other services here for the 25, based on the reduction, actually we kept it at the same number. No, based on the reduction is 279,624. So we would need to find out from you what are the charges or what are the transactions, contracts, operational items that sit in at 279,624. Do you have that information?
You have that with you today?
Did you give us a break? Let me see your testimony.
We did send forward some information.
Okay, so
some additional information.
Okay, in your testimony, did you provide us with a breakdown of your other service and charges category, or you just basically said what the amount is that you are looking for?
The other service and charges in my testimony was $279,624.
Okay. And you have a breakdown of
Yes,
the use? You do?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you could share it with us.
Radalik Williams Bradshaw, CFO. Professional services, 10,000. Communication, 36,000. ADT security, 8,000. Travel and training, 25,000. Rental of machinery, 40,000. Insurance, 6,000. Rental of building, 110,000. And other services and charges, 44,624.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to send that back to the committee. I believe that one of the concerns, it appears as if your travel budget has been reduced. Because over the years, we were very concerned about the amount of travel that was included in your budget. What's insurance? Insurance for?
For vehicles.
And how much did you say that was?
6,000.
6,000. All right. Just send back. We'll send you a letter, but send it back to the committee, the breakdown of your other services and charges category. Okay? Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the testifiers from PERB as well as LMC for your testimony. Obviously, the PERB and LMC are very important, components that's required to support and assist government employees during grievances issues, and is really relied upon for rendering decisions in a timely fashion. So we thank you for what you're doing and attempt to do in this vein. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Fulgens, in terms of preparation of for this budget, what have you done, or how have you prepared yourself for this budget presentation? Have you had any consultation, conversation with the executive branch, OMB, or any other entity in preparation for this budget?
I have reached out to several different agencies. I got a lot of insight from LMC, the executive director. She kind of put me on the right track to certain things. And then we went in the ERP basically and start to analyze the previous year and compare it to what we're doing now and try to prepare the best we could.
How long you said you have been on the job?
I was interim for 7 months, and I've actually taken the role of executive director as of June 13th.
Okay. So in terms of the reporting chain, do you report up to OMB or some other entity, policy advisor for the administration? Is there any conversation? You're totally independent of any entities? Tell me about your reporting.
The PERB or the executive director position? What are you asking?
The PERB. The PERB.
I do not have the answer to that, but I can find out.
Yeah. Chair, Ms. Fieldman, what is the expectation? Is there any conversation being had with the executive branch? Any conversation in respect to what's the expectations? How is the functionality of the board?
Well, the board, what the executive director does when we have a board meeting, we go into executive session and she reports to the board as to what the agency is doing. So does the attorney. She lets us know the cases that they're handling and if they have any issues that the board can help them with. That is our first concern.
So what is in terms of a stakeholder, who are you affiliated with in any way, shape, or form? I mean, who do you report to? Who do you
We're a
collaborate with?
semi-autonomous agency. We don't report to anyone, the board.
You don't report to anyone?
No.
You're just independent of the board?
Yes.
So how do you determine your effectiveness? What is the mechanism, instrument that's used to determine your effectiveness? Who you just run onto yourself, or there's some expectation?
No, because we make decisions on cases, and there are a lot of cases that we handle and make decisions on. We know what is going on with the agency by having being reported to. By the executive director as far as what's happening with the agency, what they're doing, and also the attorney. And this past year, we have been without an attorney for quite some time.
Yes.
Because of that, we had Attorney Smock fill in. Attorney Judge Carr has helped out this past year. So it's been a struggle. We haven't had a financial person for several months. So, we had to fill in. We had to use the employees that we do have there to fill in. Also, we lost our, the secretary that we had, we lost her as well. So it's been a rough year for us. And what was first and foremost is that we handle our cases.
Okay.
Financially, it's been rough because we've been sort of like drawing down what we can. And
No
then,
problem. Let me ask a couple more questions before my time expires.
Yes.
In terms of vendors payment, do you have any pending vendors payment?
Yes, you
Yes.
do.
How much is that in aggregate, CFO?
Bradley Williams, Bradshaw, CFO. Invoices that we have that are awaiting payment, total $80,687.74 in ERP.
1 minute.
Okay. And that's owed to what? What type of vendors do you owe this money to? Just services? This was services rendered?
Yeah.
Supplies, equipment? What is it owed for?
equipment.
Rental of equipment, security, various vendors.
Okay. What about per diem payment? How much do you owe in per diem payments?
Per diem. When you say per diem, you mean for the
board members and other members that's required to be compensated for serving on the board.
I would have to look for that amount. I don't have it.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I'd like to get that amount.
Have it readily available.
Okay, I'd like to know what that payment is like. Ms. Fieldman, are you aware of how much is owed in per diem payment?
All I can tell you is I know how much they owe me. But other than that, I do know that we have vendors pending to be paid. The breakdown, I have to go into the.
Yeah, we'd like to get that
to
amount.
Find out, but we do owe.
Ms. Tutine, you know that you're a 501c3, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up. You are a 501c3, so you should be required by law to file annual statement renewal with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Have you been required to do that in any way, shape, or form?
No, I was unaware.
You was unaware of that. So you have not been required to submit anything. So you don't know, there is no requirement whether or not you need to be in good standing. You're aware if you're in good standing as a nonprofit organization?
The last time we had it was in good standing was, I think, 2018, but I haven't seen or heard anything else.
How about that since then? Mr. Gums, you're the co-chair of the LMC?
Yes, sir.
Who are you co-chair? Who's the other co-chair?
Rensford.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Rensford.
Okay. Rensford, that's his first name?
Joseph Ransford is his
Joseph Ransford. Okay. All right. And how much is owed in per diem for those board members? Do they earn per diem?
They get a per diem when, we use some members to present in the workshops that we provide. And when they do that, we do provide a per diem of $75.
And how much per diem has been paid, or are they owed as well per diem?
They're not owed. This year, we haven't paid any per diem.
So you haven't had any training, no workshop or anything?
False. Yes, we did. Well, Miss Alces Lewis Brown, she was paid a per diem, and that was about $2,000, I believe.
Any of the other board members are required to be compensated?
No.
How was Mr. Gums? How you compensated, Mr. Gums? You work for free?
Hey, you know me.
Only when he works.
With the struggle. I'm with the struggle.
Yeah. So when do you work? When do you work, Mr. Gums?
Whenever there's a training necessary and when we have meetings. But I don't get compensated for it.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Okay. How many training have you had in FY24 thus far?
20.
And how many LMCs have you organized within the various government agencies?
So for 2024, we had 7 workshops. And as far as labor management committees were organized, we did Well, so far we have in total net in 2024, but 2024 and prior, we have 1, 2, 3, 15 organized, and we will be meeting with Department of Licensing and Consumer to organize them as well before September.
Can you tell us who are the 15 agencies?
Yes, we have WAPA, we have Economic Development, the Department of Labor, Public Works, Department of Health, actually, no, Fire Emergency Service, Department of Human Services, VIPD, GRS, DPNR, and Bureau of Motor Vehicle.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator Francis, we have a figure for you for the board payment. If
you can go ahead.
Would be allowed? Okay.
The total board invoices for the fiscal year have been $20,925.
That's paid or pending?
Both.
Okay, so what's paid and what's pending?
I would have to look for that figure, for the separate the figures.
So all of your transactions are processed to the ERP?
Yes.
Labor management, do you get a hard check and manage your own funds, or you're processed to the ERP as well?
We're processed to the ERP.
So this is why...
By Department of Labor.
See, this is why all of what y'all are sharing today is very concerning. You're not getting a hard check. You're a nonprofit. We can't be fish and fowl. If you're a nonprofit and you should be getting a hard check and managing your own money, how are you paid?
We do our in-house checks, our own checks.
Okay.
For payroll. But the allotment comes through Departments of Labor and then
So you
to
get a
us.
hard check. You get a check, a payment.
Mm-hmm.
So your payments that you make to your vendors, you write that check yourself?
I rewrite the checks.
Okay, so then you misunderstood what I asked.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so you write your own checks and you pay your own salaries.
Correct.
So who's the person that's responsible for your processing all of that? Yourself?
I do the processing, and we have a treasurer that does the processing with me.
Okay. And so you have a treasurer that does the processing. Oh, federal grants. So I did some reading. I'm still waiting for someone to come up from legal counsel. I'm not sure what's going on, but I need a legal counsel to assist us with understanding exactly what should be when it comes to the Labor Management Committee. So I'm putting it out again. I need a legal counsel to come to the floor, please. Lost my train of thought. So under your, what you call it? So you process your own transactions. So you have a, oh, I was asking about federal funds. So I note that, I'm looking at the wrong one. I note that when the Labor Management Committee was formed, $100,000 based on this information was given to the Labor Management Committee, was awarded a $100,000 grant to facilitate the establishment of the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. Do you receive any federal dollars from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Services?
No, we have not received any since 2008.
You know why?
No.
Do you have any communication with them?
I do. Right now, we tried to get federal funding for this fiscal year, but they are not issuing grants right now.
Well, there are a couple of things that you all need to do. You all need to become a good standing. You need to get in good standing. If you have not filed for your good standing since 2008, is it, you say 2008 or 2018?
I think 18.
Were you there at that time?
I started in 2009.
Okay, so.
But I was not the executive director. That was Mr. Mr. Lee.
Oh, right. So that was being filed for, right? So I'm not certain how y'all fall off the wagon on that, but you also should be filing it on the federal level as well. So there should have been something coming to you all saying that you're probably in violation of the federal. They probably revoked. That's the word. They probably revoked your 501. You definitely would not be considered a 501c3 of the United States Internal Revenue Code if you have not filed since 2018. So y'all have some work to do, because truth be told, in order to receive the local funds, you should be a 501c3.
Okay.
So I would urge you to really look into that and get that back up and running. You may have to pay some money to get that done.
I will.
Okay, but get the mediation and conciliation services to provide you with some support on this.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Gums, you are the co-chair,
Yes, for labor.
and these employees have not received any salary increases since 2018. Now, I don't believe that it was ever the intent of this Labor Management Council for this government to fund all of its expenses. There should be some grant opportunities that's being provided by your federal mediations, conciliation services. So how are we dealing with these employees and their salary increases?
Well, basically, you have to remember that Mr. Lee was a retiree. He signs a contract with the board. And at that time, when I was there, he would present his contract and we would review it and we approved it. At the other time, he had like a temporary person that used to just fill in and assist him. And then Ms. Two-Time came aboard. Mr. Lee used to be the person that used to conduct the financial transactions in regards to that, to the payment for them. I know at one time Ms. Two-Time told me she didn't have health insurance, and we had to approach the governor about that to let her get the insurance. It was done, but then later she informed me just recently that she doesn't have the insurance anymore. So I was under the impression that she had health insurance, because I did try to assist her with that matter. But again, Mr. Lee was already a retiree, so he already had health insurance. But that was never an issue with him.
So as the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee, you should have a relationship with the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Services, right?
Yes.
How are y'all collaborating with them and with other states to see what's happening in other states as it relates to the Labor Management Committee? Because I understand, the role and how the role of Mr. Lee, but clearly there's been a significant change. So you have to relook at your organization and move with the times. We can't have employees that know they have no health insurance that we using government money to pay them. That's not acceptable. That's
Well, again, I knew we was I thought we was a nonprofit, semi-autonomous, and there's other people that are being employed that doesn't have health insurance. So I wasn't aware of.
Like who? What other people?
I mean, there's other entities that hire people and they don't have health insurance.
Yeah, but y'all are getting government money. We call you before the legislature. We have other nonprofits, that we provide nonprofit funding to, but we don't call them in front of the legislature to defend their budget. That's the difference. We give them a lump sum amount of money and we keep moving. This is a little different, and that's why it's so important that legal counsel comes to the floor, because we really need to understand whether or not we are on right footing with how we've been treating the Labor Management Committee. It's important for me to understand it.
I definitely agree with you. Because
Yeah.
me as a labor person, I feel that these things should be done. And again, when I was aware of it, I did try to address it, but I know it was a little difficult. It wasn't as easy as just saying they get health insurance. The governor had to be involved.
Well, I don't know if the governor got to be involved. The legislature created this organization as part of Act 4440, and it was amended to create the Labor Management Committee. So we just need to understand what this should look like and how you should be operating. I think what has caused the comfort zone is because Mr. Lee, may his soul rest in peace, is the fact that he was retired and he was giving back. So he didn't need that. But now that we have full-time employees, it changes the face of the organization. See what I'm saying?
And also they're independent contractor. He was an independent contractor. He
Right.
signed with us, so it wasn't like he was the employee per se.
Okay, good. So I'm happy that you brought that up. So the two employees, are they independent? Do they have contracts with you?
No.
Yeah. We got to figure this out. We got to sleep at night. Would you like to say something, Ms. Lee?
Yes, there
Put
is
your
a
name on the
relation-
record again.
Angela Lee,
Mhm.
administrative assistant. There is a relationship with the FMCS. And as a matter of fact, a number of our workshops, they assisted. They came, they assisted us, and they gave us as much information as they could, and we did try.
In the mic.
And we did try. They are simply not offering any grants at this time. And we would be given information on when we could try again.
Okay. All right. PERB, I think you are making an appeal for, what is it? That's an additional for about 5 and change. 500,000?
No, 220,000.
220?
Yes.
So what's your new number?
Rodley Williams Bradshaw, CFO, $1,686,909.
$1,686,909. Are you asking for additional 3? Give me that hard number. 3.
An additional $220,000.
220. And the purpose of those funds are what? You probably said it already, but there's a lot going on here today.
Personnel of $115,000.
Okay, that personnel is
for a court reporter and an attorney, part-time attorney. Fringe of $53,089. Supplies of $21,000, which includes new uniforms and a network upgrade. And
the all of that falls within the 220?
Yes.
So what's the salary of the court reporter? That's a part-time position or something? That's a
The court reporter.
No, it's full-time.
Yeah, the court reporter is $60,000, and the attorney, the part-time attorney, is $55,000.
Yeah. And you need to put the hearing.
Are you going to
officer
find
in
a
there
court
for
reporter
$30,000.
for $60,000?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Are you going to find a court reporter for $60,000?
We don't know.
Have you checked the going rate for a court reporter?
No, we have not.
I suggest that you do. The court reporter salaries are much higher than that.
Okay.
And also,
go ahead.
The court, and also other services is a hearing officer, contracted hearing officer.
You have to pull down your computer because we're not able to see your face. Yeah, go ahead.
Other services is a contracted hearing officer for $30,911.
So who's doing your court reporting work now? How are you getting court reporting done?
We have a full-time court reporter in St. Thomas.
And you need another one?
Yes, because it's very difficult for her to do everything.
And she travels back and forth from St. Croix to St. Thomas. And
So why don't you consider putting a court report on contract? if you're only looking at $60,000.
That's another option.
Okay. And then you're 55 for your part-time attorney?
Yes.
And why are you not just hiring an attorney on contract? You guys get a hard check or you process your transactions through finance?
Through finance.
Yeah. You need to look at these because you have to look at how realistic your what you're proposing is and how realistic it is for you to get the onboarding. That's the basic concern. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we're waiting for legal counsel. I don't know if they're on St. Croix yet. I'm not seeing anyone. But I need to get this matter resolved with PERB.
Oh, you want me to? What to do?
No.
I think those are my primary concerns around the VA Labor Management Committee and the Public Employees Retirement Board. Senator DeGraff, you have anything else you would like to understand or add? You can go ahead. Recognize Senator DeGraff's mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to PERB's actual expenditures to date, do you have that personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, utilities, capital? You have those to date?
Yes.
As of what date?
As of July 26th.
Okay. You could give me the personnel, fringe.
Personnel, $406,479. Fringe, $167,255. Supplies, 21,000. Other, 220,000. And utilities, 11,000.
Okay. Utilities, you pay your bills, or is you don't pay into the single payer, right?
Yes, we pay our bills.
Okay. So what are you averaging on a monthly basis in utilities? Oh, you don't have it broken down that way? If it's going to cause a problem?
No, but it's about 2,000 a month.
2,000 a month? Okay. All right. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
I am trying to be patient. Yeah. I think I'm seeing Attorney Moore coming on the floor.
That's what we see.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Attorney Stroud would like to kind of clarify the issues of old cases.
That's no problem.
All right.
You can proceed. No problem.
Gwendolyn Stroud, legal counsel. I came in March, and as you know, the previous counsel, she left, she actually was deceased, and so there was a backlog in cases. So when I came on board, we were able to knock those out fairly quickly. And so about last month, while we were preparing for the hearing, I decided to take a look at the old cases to see how we could get them out. What I found was when we moved forward with setting informal conferences and investigative conferences, the problem was scheduling. OCB, as you know, represents many of the agencies. And so they have only one attorney, and she does mediation, she does collective bargaining, and then she handles these cases. And so it's been extremely difficult actually getting OCB, in addition to the parties, to agree on a date, even for something as simple as an informal conference. And so when I looked at the cases, the oldest case that we have is a 2013 case, which I have made contact with them, and we are setting up a hearing to move forward because that case actually went to the Superior Court and was remanded back to us. But again, the issue is simply just a scheduling issue. I'm really sort of frustrated as well because I believe we can get them out, but I understand the government constraint with respect to OCB, and I understand as well that when you have litigants or appellants who are waiting, or charging parties who are waiting for their cases to move, they have lives of their own, and when they don't happen very quickly, it's even more difficult to move the cases. So it's sort of a conundrum, and I'm really hoping that at some point that OCB gets enough money to hire another attorney so that we can move some of these cases. But the majority of the cases that are stuck, they're really from 2019 when COVID started to hit. The majority of the cases are those. The 530s, which are the career service termination, demotion, suspensions, they go out real quickly because there's a 60-day deadline. We don't have many of those. In fact, we only have, I think, 2 now pending. But other than that, it's really the 531s and the other union cases that are really being held, in hostage.
Okay, so, and you said that those cases go as far back as 2019. You said you don't have anything older than that?
Oh, yeah, we do. We have, I counted 1 2013, 1 2015, 7 2017, 1 2016, 8 2019, and 5 2018, and the rest are from then on.
Okay, so, and you said that you are in fact making a concerted effort to work on those from the prior years, the old cases?
Absolutely. We scheduled informal conferences, and we actually took a month back in June, and we actually set up at least 4 cases for each day, and only 1 went forward. And what we try to do is schedule them. If, let's say, DHS has 4 cases, we'll try to schedule them all at once. But again, the issue is scheduling.
All right, well, you know that, when these cases come about, you're impacting the lives of people's livelihood, you're impacting their family life. There's a lot that's being impacted. So it's my hope that you all can work with the Office of Collective Bargaining and whatever other agencies that you work with to get these cases closed up or down. You're talking about people's lives here. All right, I see that we have Attorney Moore on the floor. Attorney Moore, we are here with the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. I'm not certain if you were listening to the discussion of earlier, but we're learning that the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee is a nonprofit. Their transactions they receive a hard check from the GVA, and we were concerned that they were not getting any insurance or they're not in a retirement system. But as we continued the conversation, we realized that they are not paid in the ERP system. That's correct, right? So just for clarification purposes, we want to make sure that we put on a record the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee, the authority is through Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14, under Act 4440. So we needed to hear from you, our legal counsel. What does that mean for the responsibility of the VI government when it comes to the VI Labor Management Committee, since it is a coded, it appears to be a coded nonprofit organization. It's by statute. Take the mic out.
My mic.
You got to take the mic out.
Is my mic on?
The mic is on. You just have to pull it closer to you.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Could you repeat that section of the code, please? You said 24?
24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14.
And I just want to be clear that I understand the question. You're saying that the organization is a coded organization?
Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14.
Right, but Senator Fred Gregory, you're saying that the organization that you're in question is a coded organization?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Is
asking
authorized by the
you to,
Virgin Islands Code?
right, that's what I'm asking you to go to Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14, under Act 4440, so you can assist us with, figuring out what is.
Okay, give me just a few minutes, please.
Senator Francis Jr., do you have any other questions? All right. I'm going to allow a 30-second close. Senator DeGraff? Do you have anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I don't know if we have any other senators on teams. It doesn't appear that way. So I'm going to ask the executive director for the Public Employees Retirement System, Public Employees Relations Board to give a 30-second close, as well as the executive director for the Labor Management Committee.
Good afternoon. Jessica Filgens here, Executive Director for
You have
PERB.
to speak a little louder. We cannot hear you. Yeah.
Jessica Filgen, Executive Director for the PERB. I would like to thank this body and everyone for allowing us this opportunity to present our budget request for fiscal year 2025. Much appreciated for you listening.
Jita Tutain, Executive Director for the Labor Management Committee. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you for having us present our fiscal year 2025 budget to the Financial Committee. And we ask for your favorable consideration and understanding for our budget of $200,000.
All right, thank you. What we will do is we're going to get our question answered by the legal counsel. Clearly, we have some challenges today, so I'm not going to hold you up while we try to figure this out. We'll figure it out, and we will reach back to you so we can figure out how to resolve this. But I believe as we have the discussion, it's a little clearer as to what where the Labor Management Committee sits overall. It's just a coded department, a coded entity. However, it's a nonprofit, so there's some work that you have to do as well within your organization. But I'm going to ask your board chair and your board members to please look out for the employees and determine what the insurance is and have the conversation possibly with the GSC. Since it's coded, we have to look out for these folks. All right? Everybody has given their close, so I'm going to close the meeting as well, and we'll get their information from our legal counsel at a later time. The Committee on Budget, before I close, I just want to thank all of the supporting casts, our central staff employees who've been with us today, as well as my staff, my colleagues who are here, for staying in the paint with us as we continue these budget hearings. All right, we want to thank you for all that you do as well, because particularly PERB, and both of you, the Labor Management Committee as well, is important that we manage the relations of our employees. So we want to thank you for all that you do. The Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance is adjourned for today.